meeting, particularly if you're speaking or presenting, if it would be great if everybody keeps their video on, and especially also for the voting. We're going to try again with a voice vote, and we'll maybe do raised hands and a voice vote, so we don't have to do a full roll call vote. If anybody has to leave early, we have quorum, but we want to make sure that we maintain quorum. So if anybody is going to have to leave early, just send me a message through the chat room, so that I can record that information.
Dr. McGill, I'm sorry to interrupt. If I could take us back just a moment to how we vote. I believe we still have to do a roll call because of the emergency, special emergency open. I'm sorry about that, but
no, I appreciate that. Jen and Sarah and I were trying to remember why we had gone to the roll call vote in the last meeting. And so, okay, we will maintain.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. And I will make a note that we, for the future. As Ramona mentioned, Sarah Kuntz is here, our state archivist and acting deputy secretary. I know you're on my screen somewhere, Sarah. Hi. Thank you for being here. And my understanding is that when we do reports, Ramona, you and Sarah will have some comments for us, correct? Okay, great. As previously, if we have any significant tech issues, I will consult with staff to decide if we need to sort of sign off from the meeting, take a break, and come back. And I will communicate that both verbally and through the chat room, but then I will also email, or some staff will send an email to everyone. And like if we had, I think in our August meeting, we had to take an early lunch. Please limit any, try to avoid doing any personal comments through the chat room, but if you have resources, like if there are reports that anybody wants to share or anything like that, please share those with everyone through the chat room. And we'll mention those also to the group, because my understanding is like with the live stream, the public cannot see those resources. Is that correct? Like they can't see our chat room.
I think that's correct, Dr. McGill. And I was going to say, Matt Zayer is our technical lead for the department here, helping us facilitating the Zoom meeting. If there are reports and so forth, Matt, can you not share those to the comments on YouTube so the public can see that as well?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks. And then just some logistics throughout the meeting. Just a reminder of our conflict of interest policy. If you have a conflict of interest with any of the properties that will be presented today, either the National Register nominations or potentially for the study list, please disclose those now so that we know and we can make sure that we're going to have quorum when you have to step out during that discussion. So is there anyone?
Dr. McGill, I need to recuse myself of the property in Currituck.
Yes, thank you, Barbara. I have a note about that, but I will remind myself too. And Barbara, if you could number, that would be great. And then when we ask you to leave, when the property is considered, I will, because I don't want you to put or you could privately message me your phone number in the chat room. And then I will both send you a text message and an email to invite you to come back. Does that sound, will that work?
That will work. That will be fine. I'm sending.
Thank you. Thank you. And as many of you, I hope, saw, there has been a significant amount of discussion and correspondence regarding the Zebulon Historic District. And my understanding is, Ramona, you'll give us a little bit more details about that when we get to that property. But I just want to sort of remind us that we will decide later whether or not we're going to hear that presentation as a committee. That's up to us as a committee. Please mute yourselves during everyone's presentations unless you're talking, and feel free to just, I don't need to call on you. Feel free to, we'll try and see how it works. Just unmute yourselves if you have a question. We will do a roll call vote, and so it will take a little bit more time to record all of that, and we'll do that with groups of presentations rather than per property, unless there's a property that there's significant discussion or concerns or anything about. Because we have a full slate of nominations, I'm not sure if we'll get to all of them before lunch. So we'll reassess around noon. And ideally, I will remind you of this, but ideally do not hang up or leave the meeting, just mute your mics and turn off your video rather than closing Zoom. And I would like for us to take a short break before lunch and after lunch. So probably around 11:15. And if Sarah or Jen, if maybe one of you can remind me about that, because sometimes I lose track of time. So I think we'll do introductions, and then we'll move to the minutes. Does that sound okay? And usually we do this where we have the committee members introduce themselves first, and I'm just going to kind of go along my screen, if that's okay, and ask you all to introduce yourselves. So I am Alicia McGill. I'm faculty in the Department of History at NC State, where I contribute to our public history program. And Mary Lynn Bryan, you're my first person in my, you're muted, Dr. Bryan.
I'm Mary Lynn Bryan, and I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina, and I'm a public history volunteer.
Thank you. All right, Matt Jorgensen, you're next.
Hi, I'm Matt Jorgensen. I'm an archaeologist. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and in a few short months, I will hit my 25-year milestone of experience as an archaeologist.
Very cool. Thank you. Dr. Denard.
Yes, David, recently retired history professor, ECU, Greenville.
Thank you. David Bergstone.
This is David Bergstone. I'm Director of Facilities for the same congregation and formerly Director of Architecture for Old Salem Museums and Gardens for 25 years.
Thank you. Dr. Baldwin Deathridge.
Hi, I'm Kristen Baldwin Deathridge. I have degrees in archaeology and public history, and I teach in the history department, public history and historic preservation at Appalachian State in Boone, North Carolina.
Thank you. Terry Russ.
Hi, I'm Terry Russ. I'm the archaeology department manager for a cultural resource consulting firm in Raleigh.
Great, thank you. I think Dr. Johnson is next in my screen here.
Valerie Ann Johnson. I'm Dean of Arts, Sciences, and Humanities at Shaw University in Raleigh, and I'm also chair of the African American Heritage Commission.
Thank you. Fred Belladin.
Good morning. My name is Fred Belden. I'm an architect in Raleigh, and a significant portion of our practice is on historic tax credit work and adaptive use.
Thank you. And Barbara.
I'm Barbara Snowden, and I'm a volunteer, chairman of a local historical society in Currituck, North Carolina.
Thank you. Okay. And Matt, I don't know if you want to say anything about yourself. Ramona's kind of introduced you, but if there are any logistics that I haven't covered, if you could mention those too. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think, yes.
Dr. McGill, I'm sorry to interrupt. As we were finishing up with Ms. Snowden's and our introductions of the committee, a number has come up. Someone has dialed in. I'm not sure who that is, though.
Yes.
Okay.
That's one of our consultants who will be presenting later.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Very
so, okay,
I wanted to make sure we didn't miss a member of the committee.
yeah, great. Sarah Kuntz, would you like to introduce yourself to us?
Sure. I hope my sound is okay. I've been having trouble with my computer. I'm Sarah Kuntz, and I know some of you from your tenure in the Historical Commission, but for those of you that don't know me, I'm currently serving as the State Archives and Records Administrator for the state of North Carolina, and I'll try to hit all the bases. I have a proud alum from ECU, I have a child at App State, and I'm a proud graduate of NC State.
There you go.
So did I get all the universities involved?
Yeah. Thank you. Ramona.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ramona Bartos. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer, and that part of that duty includes the day-to-day administration of the State Historic Preservation Office. Good to see you all.
Okay, now I'm going to move on to staff. And Annie, you're first in my screen.
I'm Annie McDonald, Preservation Specialist in the Western Office in Asheville.
Thank you. Hannah. We can't hear you. Try turning, maybe your sound is off on your computer. Okay, thank you. So Hannah's going to sign off and then sign on again. Sarah.
I'm Sarah David. I'm the branch supervisor for the survey and National Register programs. I am also the minute taker today, so you may sort of see me looking off to the side and paying attention. We're just typing.
Thank you. Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen Brose, the National Register Coordinator for the State Historic Preservation Office.
Okay. Let's see. Julie, are you one of our consultants or are you new staff?
Hi, I'm a new staff person. I'm
Welcome.
the National Register Assistant. So it's my first NRAC meeting and I'm excited to be here.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
John.
Good morning, everybody. I'm John Wood. I'm the Preservation Restoration Specialist.
Beth.
Good morning. I'm Beth King, and I'm the Survey Coordinator in SHPO.
Great. Thank you. And Scott.
And good morning. I'm Scott Power. I'm the Regional Supervisor in the Eastern Office in Greenville, and I deal with the National Register and Survey Program.
Thank you. I think I got everyone. I think Dan has signed off. So, okay. So,
Hannah has come back. Dr.
Sorry, Hannah. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the Survey and National Register Specialist in the Raleigh office.
Thank you, Hannah. Sorry. I missed you in my bottom right screen. Okay. Are there any, thank you for all the introductions. Are there any questions about the minutes or corrections to the minutes from the October meeting? No? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. And do we need to do a roll call vote for approving the minutes? Or can we just?
Our attorney suggested a roll call vote for substantive action.
For everything. Okay. All right. So then I'm just going to go through our list and please tell us your.
We need a second.
Oh, sorry.
I will second.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry. I think we got Terry as our second. All right. So we're going to walk through our list and Sarah will be recording the votes. I vote yes. Nat.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Denard,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Dr. Baldwin Dethridge,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Barbara. Did you say yes, Barbara, on the minutes? Oh, it looks like Barbara might have frozen. Can you hear us, Barbara? Can you hear us?
I can hear. Okay. I can hear you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I voted yes.
Okay,
My internet is kind of shaky this morning.
Okay, Barbara, if it helps, if you want to turn off your video, then that might help.
Okay.
I mean, we like seeing your face, but okay, I think we have everyone. So now we will, the minutes have been approved from our October meeting, and we will move on to our reports from Ramona and Sarah.
Dr. McGill, I defer to Sarah to go first, please.
Sure. Well, I don't have too many remarks. I know you have a very full agenda, but I would like to say thank you for welcoming me to the group. As many of you may know, but some of you may not, Dr. Cherry departed his role with our agency at the end of December of 2020. And so just recently, I was asked by Secretary Wilson to serve as the interim Deputy Secretary for the Office of Archives and History until that position could be filled. That position will be filled in conjunction and consultation with the Historical Commission. And I know they're hoping to get that done in the next few months. So in the meantime, I am relying on the good work of all the division directors to keep things moving. And you don't have any better division director than Ramona. I have valued my partnership with her and collaborations over the years in my role as state archivist. And I have sort of performance things on my mind since it's interim review time. And I would say that I would commend her staff for all their great work in pivoting their operations to maintain service from a telework environment. And that's just really been fabulous because there's lots going on and they've kept everything going and kept all the balls in the air. But really my priority, in addition to supporting the divisions administratively and certainly in the time of challenges with COVID and getting them what they need, is to just assist them with their operations in this interim period. I'm hoping to continue to foster additional cross-divisional collaborations on programming and operations and places where we naturally can intersect. And then our big topic is we're going to get back on the ball in planning for the America 250th celebration coming up in a few years. So that is going to be kicked back into high gear. I think, as you can expect, we took a little bit of a breather while we were just trying to make sure everything was operating smoothly in this extraordinary environment in 2020. But now remotely and make that work, we're going to get back on the stick with the planning, both internally in the department and then with our external collaborators. So we're just really having a lot of conversations about getting going with that and getting the branding ready and getting the programming scheduled and looking at resources. And the next big step is, I think, to think about what we want to ask the General Assembly in terms of support for this effort. And we're looking forward to doing a bang up job in North Carolina and really reaching across the state with a lot of creative efforts. And I would say that I think our pandemic year has also informed how the department delivers programming. So we're using that now to loop that back into our planning processes and make it relevant to how people are consuming information from our department. So I'm hoping to lurk and listen for about an hour, and then I'm going to go off to another meeting. But thank you all, and I'll just put myself on mute and listen to you all do your thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Any questions? All right. Well, Ramona.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to report a little bit. To follow up on Sarah's comments, At this point, I am considered by the National Park Service to be the acting State Historic Preservation Officer because of the deputy position I hold. So I'll be working very closely with staff after the meeting to get things sent off to the Park Service that you have recommended for approval. At which point we have a permanent deputy secretary. That person will resume that role through the paperwork and so forth. But I did want to report too on, Sarah's exactly right. We have pivoted mightily, and I think I'm so proud of everyone for how we have maintained that service, but also our collaboration as colleagues, despite the fact that many of us have not seen one another face to face since last March, which is a very odd thing. And the same is true of all of you as well. So we're looking forward to the next time we can all gather together. But I do want to give you a couple of really good news items. January 14th, we had a press release go out that announced our subgrant recipients for the, as you recall, our last meeting, I was telling you about the Hurricane Grant Program. We announced almost $9.2 million in federal grant funding to 22 historic preservation projects in 18 counties. These are bricks and mortar projects, as well as a couple surveys. And these are related to properties or places damaged by Hurricanes Florence and or Michael. So we're really excited about that. Media outlets, you may have seen some announcements about this. We're really excited. Several Rosenwald schools are on the list, the Bellamy Mansion in Wilmington, the Turnage Theater in Washington, North Carolina is also on that. So we're glad to send after the meeting a list if any of you would like to see that and a link to the website that gives you all that information. As part of that, we also had a subgrant proposal for survey update of Cumberland County, which is really exciting. So we'll be doing that, as well as Mount Pleasant, which is over in the Cabarrus County area. The other ones are internal projects that I wanted to tell you about. We are actually we're trying to look at both architectural history as well as archaeology, which I think will be of interest to Ms. Russ and Mr. Jorgensen particularly. But on to start with the architectural history side, we're going to be doing countywide surveys and survey updates of the following counties. And I really want to thank Beth King, who took a great lead to identify the places with the biggest need that also were some of those eligible counties. So the first one will be Hoke County, which is going to be the area outside of Fort Bragg. Montgomery County, so that's our sort of Piedmont southeastern area. Then we're going to go up above Raleigh to Person and Vance counties. And then we're going to go out west to McDowell and Polk counties, which is really exciting. We've already put out the RFPs for those and hope to get those underway really quickly. On the archaeology side, we have a North Carolina shorescape survey to identify and document archaeological resources associated with our state's diverse coastal communities, and especially those that are most at risk of being damaged by storm events. And also, I think this will be a great interest to a lot of folks, is a North Carolina Coastal Historical Cemetery Survey. And the purpose there is to identify, document, and assess the condition of historical cemeteries on state lands in 9 coastal North Carolina counties. So that'll be Dare, Hyde, Beaufort, Pamlico, Carteret, Onslow, Pender, New Hanover, and Brunswick. So shifting gears just a little bit, we do have the Certified Local Government Grant Program. The solicitation period is open right now. The deadline is April 16th. I think we'll have close to $120,000, give or take, available in grant funds this year. And just as a reminder, if you know some people and places that are interested in National Register nominations, this is a great way to help fund those bricks and mortar projects. Preservation plans, design standards, and of course our old standby architectural surveys. But we're really anxious to get even more nominations going. So if you know of anybody, please send them Michelle McCabe's way in our office. He's our grants coordinator. So that's what I want to share with you today in the interest of time, and appreciate everybody.
Thank you, Ramona. Any questions for Ramona? Ramona, I remember you mentioning something to me the other day that sounded really cool that people might be interested in, that the HPO is collecting, or I don't know if this is DNCR wide oral histories.
I think this is Ms. Kuntz and her team, I think, can speak to that. But I think, are you mentioning the COVID pandemic related oral histories and so forth? Maybe Sarah can give us some more information on that.
Sure, that may be a Sarah and Sarah thing on the call, but we do have an oral historian on staff at the State Archives. And so our focus for this year is going to be pandemic stories and into the future. And one of those places we're also going to have him start first is with state government leadership, and hopefully move that to local government leadership. We're very aware that it's important to also document the history of how government pivoted in such a important time, and document that history, not lose that. But through our collecting initiative, which is called Your Story is North Carolina's Story, where we have been soliciting and collecting pictures, videos, poems, journals, all kinds of things from private citizens about their experience in the last year, their experiences. So we ask when they submit things if they're interested in doing an oral history. So several of those donations have come with that offer. And then we've been happy to sort of loan out our oral history folks to help Sarah David with some plans for oral history specifically around historic preservation and buildings.
Great, thank you. Very interesting, very cool. Well, thank you to Sarah and Ramona. If there are no questions or comments, we will move on to our presentations. All right, and we have the Western region first today.
And if you'll just give me a second, Dr. McGill, I will get my presentation loaded up.
Great, thank you, Annie.
So I'm presenting 3 National Register nominations for the Western region today. The first is for the Frank Rickert Summers House in southeast Cleveland County, shown here with the red star, north of Kings Mountain, and quite close to the Gaston County line, visible in the upper right. We see the house, which sits back from the road and which is accessed by a circular drive. The one contributing ancillary structure is this very small well house. Though non-contributing, the pool fits into the overall landscape and has no real impact on the character of the property. This non-contributing building was not included in the nomination inventory, photographs, or mapping, but will be shown later in the presentation. Constructed in 1928, the Frank Rickert Summers House is an outstanding and highly intact example of the Tudor Revival style. Characteristic features include the asymmetrical massing, steeply pitched roof lines, false half timbering, and mix of stone and brick exterior materials. This is the kitchen and service wing of the house. The rear elevation features a roofed terrace above a lower level garage. Designed by Gastonia-based architect Hugh Edward White, the Summers House is the most intact example of the Tudor Revival style in all of Cleveland County. The interior is laid out around an L-shaped hall, with a service corridor that separates the first floor bedroom and bath at the front of the house, at the bottom of the screen, from the kitchen and service areas. The public rooms are to the back of the hall. This view of the hall shows the front door to the left and the hall leading to the front bedroom heading off to the right. And this shows the service corridor that separates the front bedroom to the left from the kitchen and service area to the right. The living room is the most public space of the house and features this Tudor Revival style mantelpiece, as well as these original built-in bookcases, which appear in the architect's drawings and that line the walls to the dining room. To the south of the living room is the commodious sun parlor, and the double leaf doors at the back of the living room access the terrace on the rear elevation shown here. The second story is fairly plain, which is quite typical for dwellings of this era. And here is a typical second story bedroom. To the south is the non-contributing pool added in 2005. And here is the well house that I mentioned earlier. The workshop, which is designed to look like a garage, is not yet inventoried in the nomination text, but it will be added to the nomination before it's sent to the National Park Service. The building was begun in 2018 and is not yet complete. Seen here from the rear of the terrace, it's evident that the change in elevation and distance properties character defining features. The building is 50 feet wide by 30 feet deep and built on a poured concrete foundation with metal siding and a metal clad roof. Though not located within the boundaries of Kings Mountain, it's the closest municipality with a collection of resources of the 1920s to which the Summers House might be compared. All of the Tudor Revival style or Tudor Revival influenced buildings are substantially smaller and qualify more as cottages, like this house on North Gaston Street and this house on East King Street. In fact, in all of Cleveland County, only Vauxhall, located in the city of Shelby, truly compares to the Frank Rickert Summers House. Vauxhall is an outstanding example of the Jacobean or Elizabethan expression of the Tudor Revival style. Yet Vauxhall, shown here in red, has very compromised integrity after construction of multiple additions, shown here and here. The Frank Rickert Summers House is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion C for its local architectural significance as an outstanding and highly intact example of the Tudor Revival style in Kings Mountain and all of Cleveland County. The period of significance is 1928, its date of construction. The boundary of the nominated property follows the boundary lines of the 6.52 acre parcel on which the house and ancillary resources are located. The next nomination is the Pigeon Street School, located in central Haywood County, in the heart of Waynesville's historically African-American neighborhood, which lies southeast of downtown. The neighborhood was primarily residential through the early 20th century and contained at least 3 churches, 1 store, a 2-story dance hall, and in 1920, a Rosenwald school. Constructed of brick, the Rosenwald School was among the largest in the Western region, for it served the educational needs of Black children across Haywood County. Beginning in the 1930s, Haywood County's African-American community repeatedly asked the County Board of Education to address the deteriorating conditions at the Rosenwald School. The board finally committed to building the new school in 1953, but funding limitations delayed construction until late in 1956. The Rosenwald School was demolished in 1987. Designed by Asheville-based architect Lindsay Madison Gudger, the 1-story school is a highly intact expression of a modernist school design in Haywood County. This is the cafetorium wing with original windows, doors, and cantilevered awnings. The rear elevation displays banks of original metal-framed windows in the kitchen to the left and the classroom ring to the right. The school is remarkably intact to the date of construction. The Pigeon Street School served the African-American community not just of Waynesville, but all of Haywood County. It opened in the fall of 1957 and closed in 1966 when Haywood County schools were desegregated. The interior features a T-shaped hallway shown here and here, with 3 classrooms serving grades 1 through 6 and a library music room. These are the classrooms. And this is the small library and music room. I don't have current photos of the 2 offices, but they do retain integrity, as do the boys and girls restrooms. The large cafetorium or multi-purpose room is largely intact, with the only modification being the infill of the area that previously held the stage. That space is now used for storage. Here is a view of the kitchen. The poured concrete wall, that's original to the site, is punctuated by steps that lead to the front entrance. Behind the school is the basketball court and recreation field. The Pigeon Street School is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion A for its local significance in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage, and under Criterion C for its local architectural significance as a highly intact example of a modernist school. The period of significance is 1957 to 1966, reflecting its use as a segregated elementary school for Black children in Waynesville and Haywood County. The boundary of the nominated property follows the boundary lines of the 2.8 acre parcel that was historically associated with the school. The third and final nomination for the Western region is the Cotton Patch in southern Polk County, to the east of the town of Tryon, in an area historically known as hunting country. Established in 1938 by James and Katrine Perkins, the Cotton Patch was acquired by Willis and Jacqueline Kuhn in 1948, and they substantially expanded the property's equestrian facilities. Though the entire property encompasses nearly 420 acres, a core 105 acres contain the main house, principal outbuildings, and significant landscape features associated with the equestrian use of the property from the 1940s to present day. The property features a wide distribution of equestrian outbuildings and riding trails around a central cluster of domestic buildings, circled here. Though designed by Chicago architect Russell S. Walcott, the 1938 Perkins Kuhn House is considered non-contributing on the property due to substantial alterations and additions from the 1990s and early 2000s, and they are noted here in red. Here are some views of the house. Landscape features, though, around the house are part of the overall contributing site on the property, which also includes the pastures, woodlands, and network of roads and riding trails across the 105 acres. Contributing buildings in the domestic cluster include this guest house and other domestic outbuildings like this garage and the studio. The 1970s pool and pool house are non-contributing on the property due to their dates of construction. To the south of the domestic node is the core cluster of equestrian buildings, which includes the contributing gatehouse. And also contributing are the historic T-barn shown here and here, and these two sheds. The 1970s U-barn is non-contributing in this cluster. Scattered across the property are 6 other buildings, including the contributing pond shed and Jackie's Bottoms shed. The 2005 Cotton Patch Bottoms shed and the 1998 arena, which is quite distant from the rest of the complex, are non-contributing on the property. Willis and Jacqueline Kuhn, through their community involvement and hospitality, helped make Cotton Patch an important and integral part of Tryon's equestrian culture in the mid-20th century, hosting events, offering extensive riding trails and training grounds, and providing breeding services. The prominence of Cotton Patch in local and national equestrian circles was solidified when it became a training ground and qualifying trial site for the equestrian games of the 1956 Olympics, the first year that the United States equestrian team was composed of publicly sponsored civilians rather than members of the military. The riding ring associated with that event is shown here. That ring is still visible on the landscape, here in black and white imagery, and today. The Cotton Patch is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion A for its local significance in the area of entertainment and recreation, and under criterion B for its association with the productive lives of Willis and Jacqueline Kuhn, who made significant contributions to the equestrian community in Polk County. The period of significance is 1948 to 1970, the time of the Kuhn's productive association with the property. The boundaries of the nominated property encompass 2 tax parcels that total 105 acres. And that concludes my presentation of National Register properties in the Western region, and I will entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Annie. Before we move to any questions that people have, Dr. Tamara Holmes Brothers has joined us, and so I'm just going to ask her to welcome. I'm going to ask her to introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. As Lucius said, my name is Dr. Tamara Holmes Brothers, Deputy Director with the North Carolina Arts Council. I apologize for tardiness, but we have our weekly diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion meetings that I lead. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, I'm looking to make sure no one else new has joined us. Are there any questions or comments for Annie? Yeah, David.
I have a couple. The Pigeon Street School, it wasn't clear about the closing date because I think there's some text missing. I think in section 8, page 27, there's missing the very first sentence in the last paragraph. I think it's trying to state that's when it closed, and it's not all there. I think something got deleted somehow. So I think that's important to put back as to why that's the end of the period of significance. So I don't know. I'm sure editing and sharing it, something might have happened there. I do have more questions about Cotton Patch. Do you want to go to that now or? Okay.
Sure.
I didn't see the archaeological potentials addressed. It was highlighted but not addressed because I had several questions about things like the writing, circle ring, and stone wall. Also, for the whole site, I didn't see a real good breakout of what are contributing issues as a cultural landscape. I mean, it mentions things in the description, like the sign and some walls and the writing ring. It seems like there ought to be a better sort of breakout of what's contributing to that landscape significance than what was given. I mean, I think the whole thing makes sense and hangs. Just felt like the inventory wasn't quite pulling together some of those details about which trails are significant or not, or later changes which wouldn't be considered. Oops, sorry. So those were just some comments I had about that. I think the case is made and what's there it makes sense. I just didn't feel like the description for the landscape broke out, view sheds and some of the other, aspects to be able to judge if things are changed in the future, how it impacts it in significance.
I can address, well, first of all, let me go back to Pigeon Street School, what you first mentioned. I will review the text of that nomination and make sure that the section that you called out on page 27 is reviewed and added to appropriately to make sure that the closing date of the school is clear. So because that does represent the close of the period of significance. Mm-hmm. So thank you for pointing that out. And you're right, it went through multiple rounds of edits, and it may very well be that something accidentally got deleted. So thank you.
I'm sure it was there.
Yeah. Because it is a very thorough, it's a very robust nomination, and I know it was there. Mm-hmm. As for Cotton Patch, the landscape is a contributing site. It's not considered a cultural landscape. We've actually recently had some instruction or feedback from our National Park Service staff and reviewers about how to classify landscapes as contributing features on properties that might be considered a historic district or a collection of buildings. But your observation about view sheds is absolutely valid because there are significant view sheds on that property. So we can go back and review that text to make sure that it is bolstered to make a stronger case for the landscape as a contributing site. It doesn't specifically call out individual riding trails as necessarily contributing, in part because the history of all of that trail network is not entirely clear. Trails change over time, but we can certainly review it and see what contributions the property owners who have had it since the early 2000s might be able to add to that section of text. We did share it with the Office of State Archaeology, who advised that an archaeological statement or a statement of archaeological potential was not necessary for this nomination, but I will consult with Mary Beth Fitz to, maybe reconsider that before we send it up to the Park Service.
I'd say, the riding ring is mentioned a couple times, that it's remnants of it are still visible. And to me, that then constitutes some kind of, feature on the site. Yeah, things may have changed. I did a parkway system, the 26-mile parkway system at one point, which is all landscape, cultural landscape. So, but that's been a while since I dealt with that. So they may have changed some of their criteria for how to nominate and what to identify in the nomination.
And I think it's important to note also that the Park Service, the parks component of the Park Service uses that terminology. This is actually something we just discussed earlier this week with our Park Service colleagues. They use that terminology, cultural landscape, but the National Register program shies away from that terminology. So it's an interesting, I don't want to say it's a disconnect, but it is an interesting difference or distinction in how the different units or divisions of the Park Service classify resources.
Right. I know Charles Birnbaum worked a lot on that when we dealt with him when we were doing our nominations. Okay, I thought it was still in that bulletin 18 on cultural landscapes. Maybe they adjusted that.
Thank you, David and Annie. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. Is there a motion to approve and put forward these nominations for the National Register that have been presented for the Western region by Annie McDonald?
So moved. Matt Jorgensen.
David Denard. I move approval.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And a second from David Denard. And we will move through our roll call vote. Okay, I vote yes. Mary Lynn Bryan.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Yes.
Thank you. Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Thank you. Tamara Holmes Brothers.
Yes.
Terry Russ.
Yes.
Valerie Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you. And Barbara Snowden.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't think I missed anyone. All right. That is unanimous. So we will move on to our presentations for the Eastern region, and the Currituck County property is the first on that list. So we will ask Barbara Snowden to leave us, and then I will message you. And I want to confirm that she can come back after the property has been presented and discussed. Should we vote separately on that property? Because Scott, you're presenting two, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I've got them back to back. So if I need to stop in between, just let me know.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's have our discussion about the Wilson Walker House and the Walker Snowden store first, and our vote, so that we can invite Barbara to come back after that. Does that sound okay? Okay, great. Thank you. Scott, the floor is yours.
Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
No.
Okay. Hang on just a second. I'm not sure why it's not working. Where?
And then click on that.
It's not working.
And then click there.
Oh, the share
there
button.
we
What
go.
about that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I got you. I didn't see the little button down to the right. I only do it 2 nights a week with my class at ECU. However, that is WebEx and not Zoom. So everything's a little different.
Yep. All right.
All right. So the first, yeah, we've got 3 properties from the east. I'll have 2 to discuss, and John will have 1. And the first one is this nice collection of a house and store building located on the south side of the Courthouse Road and directly across the street from the Currituck County Courthouse are the circa 1876 Wilson Walker House and 1895 Walker Snowden store. The house replaced an earlier circa 1850 house on the site, and several outbuildings on the property actually date to that earlier dwelling. The secondary resources on the 4.07 acre parcel include the Walker Cottage, which is, if you can see the map here, it's in the upper left-hand corner, number 2. And that was built about 1850. Parts of that were built about 1850. There is a kitchen building that was built in 1852. That's number 3, sort of behind the main house, as you can see on the map, and that is a contributing resource. There's a smokehouse that's very close to that, a little bit further to the north, also built about 1850, and that's a contributing resource. There's a shed that was built about 1950, which is non-contributing, and an office building which is built about 1920, which is non-contributing. All of those, of course, located primarily to the rear and the side of the house and the store. Number 7 on the map is the store. To the far south of the parcel, be it to your upper right in the map, is a small family cemetery, which is, I think, identified, although I have people in the way here on the screen. But the property buildings and outbuildings are overall in very good condition to excellent condition, and overall the historic integrity of the property is excellent. The Wilson Walker House and Walker Snowden store are locally significant under criterion C in the area of architecture. The house, constructed circa 1876 for Wilson Walker, a prominent local sailor, merchant, businessman, is an intact and significant local example of the Italianate style applied to the common I-house form. As you can see here, it features decorative details, including a full-width, highly ornamental porch with brackets and chamfered wood posts, molded and bracketed window hoods, a tall, narrow 2/2 windows, and a double leaf entry door, which you can see here from the inside, and just a shot of one of the rooms in the house with a very typical sort of woodwork that you see. This is the the earlier 1850s kitchen building with an addition to the left and a cemetery to the right. This is the earlier 1850 house. Again, the core of it, 1850s. And the Walker Snowden store remains a locally significant example of a rural late 19th century false parapeted commercial store featuring modest Italianate detailing. The 1-story wood frame building retains the character defining features of a rural store, including a wide parapet on the front elevation extending above a front shed roof porch and a decorative facade with symmetrical storefronts, as you can see here. Of course, they feature those large multi-pane windows and double leaf entry doors. The Italianate detailing is seen in those brackets that adorn the parapet on the exterior and the double leaf entry doors, as well as the brackets and the pointed arch openings on the interior shelving. It's really remarkably intact. It really truly is. If you've ever been there, and I've been there many times, it's like walking back in time. There are two distinct periods of significance for the property, including the date of construction for the Wilson Walker House, which, as I said earlier, is circa 1876, and the date of the construction for the Wilson Walker store, which is 1895. And that is it. Questions?
Thank you, Scott. Any questions or comments for?
Yeah, I've got a question. I don't think they identified when the front porch of the store was replaced. Is there any more detail on that? That's not the original porch. There's clear evidence of an earlier porch.
On which house?
On the store.
Oh, on the store. Yeah, clearly the columns have been replaced on it, probably in the early 20th century. You know, they had that sort of typical, you know, bungalow era post on pier construction.
Right. Well, if you go back and come to the front picture of the store itself, it's clear there's some surviving posts from the earlier original porch. Look at the left side. There's one on the right side too, but
yeah, you can
see the front wall.
A little bit
right
of
there.
a pilaster.
Right.
Yeah.
That's surviving from the original porch. So
Yeah.
I don't think that's in their descriptions. It seems like they might need to, even if they don't have a clear date, nothing useful to say. It's, you know, the porch was changed, but probably, you know, within the period of significance.
Right. Right. Yeah, we can look into I'm not sure that they know exactly the date. We could give it a rough date. We know these posts and piers come about,
Right.
you know, from the late teens until actually they last all the way up to the 1940s. So.
Sure.
Scott, this is Ramona. I have a question. Is that a gas pump in the center there of that picture? And the reason I'm asking is if it is a gas pump or what used to be a gas pump, that might, I wonder, have something to do with the switch out on the porch and the supports there. People would drive up and get their gas pumped. I don't know. That's a question. We might ask Barbara afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. It looks more like an oil pump to me, and John might know better than I would, but I don't think it's a gasoline pump, but I could be wrong about that.
I think I recall reading that the landscaped area with rose bushes was the original pump site.
Yeah, you're talking about out in front of it, kind of where we see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Scott? I've not been there, but now I want to. Very cool. Thank you, Scott. Well, do we have a motion to approve this property or site that was presented to us, these properties, by Scott?
I'd like to make that motion to approve.
Thank you, Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, David. Scott, oh, actually, no, keep sharing. It'll be a little hard. I'm going to go through my list here. So, okay. I vote yes. Fred?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
David Bergstone, you were our second. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Baldwin Dethridge?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Brothers?
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen?
Yes.
Dr. Denard?
Yes.
Thank you. And Dr. Bryan?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So that's unanimous with Barbara Snowden having recused herself. I'm going to message her right now and tell her she can come back. And
Dr. McGill, if I could just state for the message, or for the record, I believe the reason she recused herself is this is her family home.
yes, yeah. Thank you.
I don't think that had been expressed earlier.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if I couldn't remember if she had said that, but.
Yeah, this is actually her husband's family home, but she has been living there for as long as they have been married, correct?
Scott, I think it's okay for you to move on to your second, and I'm going to email her as well. I've sent her a text.
Okay, we're ready to continue then. Okay. All right, the second property I'm presenting today is the Elizabeth City Industrial Historic District. It includes the only remaining collection of waterfront industrial resources in Elizabeth City. It's established in 1793 near the mouth of the Albemarle Sound. The town served as a major port city for northeastern North Carolina. And what I want you to continue to look at, and I'll show it from several different angles, is it's this area in your upper left here. This is the industrial district, right at the base of the bridge as it comes across the causeway from Camden County. Elizabeth City was designated as the county seat in 1800 and grew further with the completion of the Dismal Swamp Canal in 1805. However, the extant industrial development, of course, dates to the railroad era in Elizabeth City, and there was a significant increase in population from 2,300 people in 1880 to approximately 12,000 people in 1950, so a huge influx of population that resulted from the development of the railroad. And so again, we're looking at right here, this collection of buildings is the industrial district. Just a nice period one, and again, just a little bit north of the Causeway Bridge, and you can see here the industrial development. This has always been a place right up on the water for industrial development. The historic district is located just north of the commercial core of Elizabeth City on the west bank of the Pasquotank River. It includes portions of 5 city blocks and is bounded on the northwest by the North Side National Register Historic District, which you can see these all listed on the map, which is here. And on the north by the campus of Mid-Atlantic Christian University, which are some of the buildings you can see here. NC 158, which is down here at the bottom, which is also East Elizabeth Street, extends south of the district, separating it from the Elizabeth City National Register Historic District, which is right down here at the bottom. And then, of course, the Pasquotank River to the east. The historic district includes 12 primary industrial and commercial resources, including buildings, building complexes, and 1 site. The resources date from circa 1896, which is the date of the earliest part of the Elizabeth City Iron Works and Supply Company building, which you can see here to your left. And also as part of that is a machine shop and foundry, with all the primary buildings constructed by circa 1958. The historic district is entirely industrial. In total, there are 9 primary resources, 1 site, 2 secondary buildings, and 1 object that were constructed between circa 1896 and 1965. And they contribute to the significance of the district. 2 primary resources, both are buildings, and 1 secondary structure do not contribute to the district, as they were significantly altered or they were constructed after the period of significance. The Elizabeth City Historic Industrial District is significant at the local level under criterion A for industry as the only remaining concentration of early to mid 20th century industrial buildings in the city. The period of significance for the historic district begins circa 1896 with the construction of the oldest extant building within the Elizabeth City Ironworks and Supply Company Incorporated Complex, which is this building right here, which is a really remarkable building. If you go inside, it's just got really, it seems like all the equipment they have ever had in there. It's a pretty impressive place, and extends to circa 1965, by which time the remaining extant above ground resources within the historic district had been constructed. The major non-contributing aspect to this are these freezer buildings to the left here that Jeanette Brothers, which is a wholesale seafood business, has. The buildings straight ahead are actually our historic buildings. And this kind of takes us back around to where we were looking at it from the bridge crossing the Pasquotank River. That's it.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott about the Elizabeth City Industrial Historic District.
Not a question, but a comment. Saunders Ironworks really was one of the major companies and made all the pumps and the decoys, iron decoys in that area. And so that was a major, major company and generator of jobs and economic activity in the Albemarle area.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? No, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve this historic district for the National Register?
So moved, Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Thank you, Kristen. And Scott, it would be helpful to me if you stopped sharing so that I can, it's helpful if I can see who's speaking and I appreciate it. Okay. Is there, so we had a motion and a second? No, we haven't had our second yet.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Okay. I vote yes. Dr. Bryan.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Denard. You're muted.
Were you asking me?
No, Dr. Denard. Sorry.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
David Bergstone.
I vote yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got that, Dr. Denard, and I think that we also have recorded David Bergstone's vote. Thank you. Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Dr. Brothers.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry Russ.
Yes.
Thank you. Matt Jorgensen.
Yes.
And Barbara Snowden.
Yes.
I think I got everybody. All right, great. Thank you so much. It's approved. We will move on to John's presentation as our last for the Eastern region, and then we will take our break after discussion and the vote. Does that sound good? Okay. Thanks. Thank you. All right, John.
I hate to be the one standing between everybody and a break.
You're not standing between us and lunch, though. That's different, right?
That is different.
Okay, we can see it.
Okay, so the PowerPoint you're going to see here today was prepared by Heather Slane, the consultant who prepared the nomination. And this was a PowerPoint that she pulled together when she and I did the public meeting for this project. And she did such a great job with the PowerPoint that I simply added some graphics for clarity, and I'm just going to use it for my presentation today. So thanks to Heather for this. When the Queen Gordon Street Historic District, which is shown in the dark blue lines in the lower center of this map, was listed in the National Register of Historic Places in 1989, it included 23 of the most architecturally distinctive buildings at the core of Kinston Central Business District. That district was expanded in 1994 with the addition of 43 commercial buildings known as the Kinston Commercial Historic District. And those 4 expansion areas are shown in the lighter blue lines. So together, these 2 districts comprise the most concentrated collection of relatively intact late 19th and early 20th century commercial and institutional buildings in the city. With a period of significance from 1895 to 1941, they represent the city's growth and development as Lenoir County seat and as an important regional tobacco market and major commercial center. The buildings in the district represent the commercial, service, and professional growth of Kinston within the period of significance. And the nomination I'm presenting today is providing an update to the 1989 and 1994 nominations by providing both additional documentation and a boundary increase. And it also includes 1 small boundary decrease. Now, the additional documentation for the Queen Gordon Streets and Kinston commercial districts extends the period of significance for both districts to 1968 with the discussion of the continued commercial and architectural significance of these districts into the mid-1960s. It includes updated inventories for both districts and additional description and discussion of alterations made since the 1989 and 1994 listings. Thus, the period of significance for both districts as established by the additional documentation is 1895 to 1968. Both of these districts remain significant at the local level under criterion A for commerce and criterion C for architecture. Changes since the 1989 and 1994 listings include the demolition of 3 buildings and the rehabilitation of others, including the removal of mid-20th century storefront facades and the restoration of historic facades beneath them. In total, the updated historic district includes 54 contributing primary resources, 11 non-contributing primary resources that were either constructed after 1968 or have been significantly altered and do not retain sufficient integrity to contribute to the district. The current nomination includes 1 boundary decrease, which is to remove the site of the former Atlantic and North Carolina Railroad Freight Depot that unfortunately was demolished in 2009, and that building was actually individually listed in the register, so it's an unfortunate loss for that district. The site is located on the periphery of the district, and thus its removal does not result in the removal of the district of any other above ground resources. The Kinston Commercial Historic Boundary Increase expands the district in 7 areas, all representing the continued growth and development of the city through the mid-20th century. The boundary increase includes the full extent of eligible 20th century commercial resources in Kinston. The 7 boundary increase areas are shown in light green shading on this map. The properties in the expansion area include the additional resources associated with the commercial, industrial, and governmental development of Kinston. The boundary increase includes buildings related to carriage and later automobile manufacturing, as well as additional retail and service related buildings. So this map you see here are the 3 expansion areas at the north end of the district. It includes commercial buildings that are adjacent to the 1989 and 1994 district. And this map here shows the expansion areas kind of in the middle parts of the district on either side. And it further expands the district to include additional governmental, civic, retail, and professional buildings. And all of these lie at the very southern end of the district, which you see on this map here. Expanding the district in 7 different areas and by 31 primary contributing resources, the boundary increase includes commercial and governmental buildings that are similar in size, scale, and setback to the buildings in the existing district. These buildings are, however, generally simpler in detail. Many were either constructed or modernized in the mid-20th century after the end of the 1941 period of significance established by the earlier district. 2 properties in the boundary increase have been listed individually in the National Register. These are the Standard Drug Store number 2 and the Kinston Fire Station City Hall. The Lenore County Courthouse, which you see in the center photograph, was listed in 1979 as part of the Courthouses of North Carolina thematic nomination. Kinston Commercial Historic District boundary increase is significant at the local level under criterion A for commerce. Located on an important railroad and river transportation line, Kinston served as a commercial hub for tobacco farmers in the region, as well as those who worked in the local buggy manufacturing, textile, and lumber industries. The boundary increase is also significant under criterion A for industry, as an important center for the tobacco industry in Lenore and surrounding counties during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As well, the boundary increase is also significant under criterion C for architecture. The Queen Gordon Streets and Kinston Commercial Historic District each retain representative examples of commercial architecture constructed in the 19th and early 20th centuries, while the boundary increase includes commercial architecture dating to the mid-20th century. The period of significance for the boundary increase aligns with the amended period of significance for the earlier districts, 1895 to 1968, and that's done to include the 1895 Kinston Fire Station City Hall building and extends to 1968, the end of a campaign of mid-century building and remodeling that was seen in the town. The Queen Gordon Streets Historic District, located in the center of the 3 areas, consists predominantly of civic and commercial buildings, and about a third of those buildings in this area are vernacular commercial buildings, while the remainder are examples of Italianate, Beaux-Arts, and modern style buildings. A variety of revival styles, including Romanesque revival, neoclassical revival, Tudor revival, Renaissance revival, and Spanish colonial revival are also present. So we got just about every revival you can get. The buildings in the Kinston Commercial Historic District are almost entirely vernacular commercial buildings with a few examples of Art Deco, Classical Revival, and modern styles. And the buildings within the boundary increase follow the stylistic trends of the earlier districts, with about half the buildings exhibiting vernacular commercial forms and details, and the remainder displaying a combination of nationally prevalent late 19th to early mid 20th century styles, including Italianate, Romanesque Revival, Art Deco, modern, and modernist styles. All three of these areas reflect periods of updating of existing buildings to display a progressive and modern appearance, and that includes things like 1930s additions of glass and metal panels to storefronts, as well as 1960s storefront replacements and brick veneer metal coping that are seen on upper floors. This composite map shows the boundary increase, decrease areas, which are a little difficult to see boundary-wise, as well as the number of contributing, non-contributing statuses of buildings in the district. So the darker colored buildings are actually the non-contributing, so it's a very high ratio of contributing to non-contributing. And I'll be happy to entertain questions. And if there are none, that finishes the nominations for the properties in the east.
Thank you, John. Any questions or comments? No? Everybody's ready for their break. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the nomination in Kinston presented to us by John?
I so move.
Okay, I think I got David Bergstone first. So then Dr. Johnson, you'll be our second. Thank you. Okay, we'll go through our list here. I vote yes. Dr. Bryan?
Yes.
Dr. Denard?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Dr. Baldwin Dethridge?
Yes.
Thank you. Fred Belladin?
Yes.
Dr. Brothers?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Terry Russ?
Yes.
Nat Jorgensen?
Yes.
Thank you. And Barbara Snowden?
Yes.
I think that's all of us. Okay, great. We are at 11:19. I don't remember if we took a 5-minute or 10-minute break the last time. Does anybody remember? Sarah, 5. Let's go with 5 because we have a heavy slate and I'm sure. All right, so we'll come back at 11:25. And just stay in the meeting, just turn your video off and your audio. I think we're ready for you, Hannah. Do we need to wait for Ramona to come back to us?
No, you can move forward.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to thank you.
Let me share my screen here. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay. So I'll be starting out the presentations for the Central and Southeastern region. My first presentation is the J.J. Jones High School, located in northern Mount Airy near the Virginia state line, as indicated by the red arrows, and placed on the state study list in 2018. It is locally significant under Criterion A in the areas of education and ethnic heritage, African-American ethnic heritage, sorry. The school accommodated high school and elementary students in Surry and Stokes counties, as well as nearby Patrick County, Virginia. Furthermore, it was the first and only high school for Black students in Surry County, demonstrating the struggle for improved educational opportunities for Black youth locally because of racial segregation. The The period of significance begins in 1940 when the original portion of the school was built and ends in 1966 when it closed due to desegregation. African American educator John Jarvis Jones moved his family to Mount Airy in 1914 and established the Virginia Street Elementary School located just west of downtown. Jones's ultimate goal was to provide a high school education for local African American students, but he passed away in 1933 before he was able to do so. However, his son, Leonidas, established and became principal of the Mount Airy Colored High School at the Virginia Street location in 1936, where it remained until 1940, when the new brick school building was constructed north of Mount Airy at the site of the former Ararat Rosenwald School. Several historic additions were constructed to accommodate the growing student body and new educational and extracurricular activities. In 1945, the name of the school changed to J.J. Jones High School in tribute to John Jarvis Jones and his educational vision. After the school closed due to desegregation in 1966, it served as the integrated J.J. Jones Elementary School until 2004, when it became the L.H. Jones Family Resource Center. The school retains a highly active Alumni Association, which purchased the standalone gymnasium and auditorium in 2003 and use it for alumni and community events. So here you can see the school's phases of construction. One contributing building consists of the 1940s school with 1950s classroom additions and a large 1961 to 62 classroom and gymnasium addition. Earlier portions of the school were renovated at the time of the early 1960s addition. And the other contributing building is the 1947 through 48 combination gymnasium and auditorium, built largely by the students themselves under professional guidance, with a 1956 through 58 band room addition shown here. A non-contributing 1967 through 68 classroom building, which is right here, was constructed after the school was desegregated and after the end of the period of significance. Overall, the school retains good historic integrity. I'll show you around the main school building moving clockwise. This is the front elevation with the 1940 portion at the left and the early 1960s wing to the right. Here's a close-up of the 1940 facade. Windows and entries. The windows and entry date to the early 1960s remodel. This is the east side elevation with the 1940 portion to the right and the 1950s classroom additions to the left. This is the west side elevation and the rear of the early 1960s addition. Then back around to the front elevation, this is the gymnasium portion of the early 1960s edition and the classroom portion. On the interior, the room arrangements and many original or early 1960s finishes remain, including plaster or concrete block walls, beaded board wainscot, chalkboard framing, interior wooden doors, and borrowed light hall windows. Common changes include the application of carpeting and acoustical tiles. These are typical views of a classroom and a hallway in the 1940s through 50s portion. The front room of the 1940s building was originally an auditorium space, but renovated in 2004. And here's a typical view of a hallway and the gymnasium in the early 1960s edition. This is the contributing 1940s gymnasium and auditorium with 1950s front band room addition. And here is the non-contributing late 1960s classroom building. The nominated property includes the historic buildings associated with the J.J. Jones High School on the current tax parcels and provides the appropriate setting for the historic school. In sum, J.J. Jones High School retains the necessary integrity to convey its significance under Criterion C in the areas of education and African American ethnic heritage, And it should be noted that we have received a letter of support for this nomination from the J.J. Jones High School Alumni Chapter President. And additionally, for all of the nominations presented today, located in Mount Airy, we received CLG comment from the mayor and the Historic Preservation Commission that they believe these nominations meet criteria for listing. And in the case of the boundary decrease, it meets the criteria for removal of the existing district, removal from the existing district boundary. So I want to also note that the next three presentations were prepared by Claudia Brown, who has been helping us review nominations recently and thoroughly reviewed the nominations for the Mount Airy Historic District Boundary Increase 2, Boundary Decrease, and Taylor Park Historic District, but requested that I make these presentations for you all today. So as a result of the comprehensive survey update of Mount Airy that was completed in 2018, 3 new districts and a boundary increase adding 4 areas to the Mount Airy Historic District were proposed and approved for the study list. In October, you approved 2 of these new districts, the Country Club Estates Historic District and Lebanon Hill Historic District, which are now listed. And today we are presenting the boundary increase of the Mount Airy Historic District, as well as a boundary decrease that removes 4 small areas at the edges that have lost integrity, and the Taylor Park Historic District, the last of the 3 new districts identified in nominations. So the Mount Airy Historic District, listed in 1985, is the area outlined in blue at the lower portion of the map. The 3 adjoining areas outlined in green are the boundary increase, and the area outlined in green in the upper portion is the Taylor Park Historic District. Flanking it above and below are the Country Club Estates Historic District and the Lebanon Hill Historic District, respectively. We'll begin with the 3 areas proposed for increasing the boundary of the Mount Airy Historic District. This is the second boundary increase for the district. The original 1985 district encompassed an intact collection of commercial, residential, industrial, and institutional buildings in the town central business district and 4 contiguous residential neighborhoods, with buildings primarily dating from the 1880s to the 1930s. The district was listed as locally significant under criteria A and C in the areas of architecture, commerce, and industry. The small 2012 boundary increase encompassed a small group of late 19th and early 20th century industrial buildings that historically housed tobacco and textile manufacturing plants, and illustrated a continuation of the original district's significance in the areas of industry and architecture. The Mount Airy Historic District Boundary Increase 2 is locally significant under criterion C in the area of architecture, representing architectural trends in the existing district while adding architectural characteristics that were underrepresented, such as smaller house types and later 20th century styles. This boundary increase also is eligible under criterion A in the area of industry by building on the industrial significance of the original district with the inclusion of 2 additional textile mills. The period of significance for the boundary increase begins circa 1889, the date of its oldest known extant building, and ends in 1969 with the construction of the Rockford Street Fire Station, a locally notable work of modernist architecture. Altogether, the 3 new areas add 219 resources and approximately 65 acres to the district. Of the 147 primary resources, 90% are contributing, and there are only 4 non-contributing primary resources. Most of the resources in the increase areas are houses ranging in style from Italianate and Queen Anne of the late 19th to early 20th century to the period revival and craftsman, period cottage, minimal traditional, ranch, and modernist styles of the early to mid 20th century. The oldest surviving building is the Italianate style L. Shell Seisloff House, dated circa 1889 to the left. A few other buildings appear to date to the 1890s and circa 1900, but the majority were built between circa 1910 to circa 1950. 40 buildings were erected before 1920, 57 in the 1920s, 6 in the 1930s, 22 in the 1940s, mostly after World War II, and 10 in the 1950s. 7 buildings in the increase areas date or are believed to date to the 1960s, culminating with the construction of the modernist Rockford Street Fire Station at 439 Rockford Street in 1969. The ranch house, like triplex above, dates to 1960. A number of buildings in the increase areas were constructed as multifamily dwellings. In addition to the fire station, other non-residential building types in the increase areas include 2 churches built in the 1920s and 2 small mills built near the railroad tracks that border the north end of Area C. The lower left photo is the Argonne Hosiery Mill, built in 1927. To the right is the rock-faced concrete block neighborhood grocery store built circa 1929 in Area A. And this water tower was built in 1948. All of the resources I've been showing you are scattered throughout the 3 increase areas. Now I'll show you views of each area. Here you see Rockford Street on the left and Church Street on the right, the 2 major streets in Area A. This area has the largest mix of resource types: churches, grocery store, fire station, water tower, as well as houses, in part because Rockford Street developed as a major thoroughfare leading to the Surry County seat of Dobson. The smallest increase area is B, along a single residential block extending southwest off the south end of the original district. And these are views of Area C, extending from the north end of the Mount Airy Historic District from top to bottom: West Elm Street, Willow Street, and Raleigh Street. In the bottom image, you can see one of the very few non-contributing buildings in this nomination. In sum, the Mount Airy Historic District Boundary Increase 2 is locally significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture, and Criterion A in the area of industry. The period of significance for the boundary increase begins circa 1889 and ends in 1969. In the course of updating the survey of the Mount Airy Historic District, 4 areas at its edges were flagged for removal due to loss of historic resources since the district was listed in 1985. So moving around the district counterclockwise, decrease Area A on Franklin Street was formerly occupied by 2 late 19th century 2-story frame houses, one Italianate and the other plain. They have been demolished and replaced by these townhouse buildings. Area B, 481 West Pine Street, contained a 1.5 story L-shaped frame cottage and is now an empty lot. Area C was a commercial block of 4 attached 2-story brick buildings erected circa 1890 and 1895, and it has been removed, and the area is now vacant lots bisected by Hamburg Street, which has been rerouted. And on the map, this area looks a little larger, and that looks a little larger because a few parcels, on the map, this area looks larger than, it has a few parcels, than a few parcels. I'm sorry about that, because it includes a portion of the street, South Main Street, which was incorrectly included in the boundary. Area D was a cluster of parcels containing 4 frame cottages with dates of circa 1900 or circa 1905, and all of the houses are gone and the area has been redeveloped. Staff recommends that all 4 areas be removed from the district due to loss of integrity. And now we come to the last of the 3 districts identified as a result of the 2018 survey update, Taylor Park. The Taylor Park Historic District is significant at the local level under National Register Criterion A for Community Planning and Development as Mount Airy's earliest example of a subdivision with curvilinear street plan, and under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance for the quality and diversity of its historic architecture, including several of the city's largest and most architecturally sophisticated houses from the middle decades of the 20th century. The period of significance extends from 1925, the date of the neighborhood's establishment and the construction of its 2 oldest positively dated buildings, to circa 1967, the construction date of the district's last ranch house, marking the end of the district's period of historic development. Only 2 houses in Taylor Park post-date 1967. The district abuts the recently listed Lebanon Hill Historic District on its south side and is being nominated as a discrete district because its development pattern is distinctly different from that of Lebanon Hill. With 80 primary resources, the Taylor Park Historic District occupies approximately 55 acres that mostly corresponds to the historic boundaries of the Taylor Park subdivision platted in 1925. There has been some erosion of the western edge where parcels adjoining the corridor of Lebanon Street have become commercial, and there is 1 parcel at the north edge circled on the map to the right that was not part of the 1925 plat, but has always been thought of as part of Taylor Park. The district is predominantly residential in character. Only 1 primary resource, a historic period church, is non-residential. The district overall possesses a high degree of historical integrity. Of the 80 primary resources, 75 are contributing, and there are 30 additional secondary resources, mostly garages. The eastern part of the district, where the larger and earlier houses predominate, has a park-like character due to its curving streets, the presence of Park Avenue Park, and several large lots with mature oaks and other tree plantings. 1 lot on Grace Street is 2.65 acres. The western part of the district along Howard and Marion Streets is more open in character with fewer and smaller trees, very much the character it likely had when it developed primarily in the late 1940s and 1950s. Here, the lot sizes tend to be smaller and the houses exist closer together. The oldest well-substantiated date for a historic resource in Taylor Park is the 1925 through 26 Grace Moravian Church on North Main Street at the northeast corner of the district. Next door is the Crouch Haynes House, dated 1925. The fact that the masonry is identical to that of the church reflects the ownership of the house by the minister of the church. With its stone exterior and other intact features, the Crouch Haynes House is one of Mount Airy's preeminent craftsman dwellings. Stylistically, the district is dominated by the colonial revival style, which was built in Taylor Park from the 1930s through the 1950s. 34 houses have attributes of the style. Representative of the district's early stylistic development is the 1934 Lindsay Holcomb House at upper right, built for a hosiery mill executive to a design by the Winston-Salem architectural firm of Northrop and O'Brien. It's one of several architect design houses in the neighborhood and a harbinger of the high-end residential construction that was to become common in the neighborhood in subsequent years. The house at upper left was built in 1938 and the house below in 1949. All 3 are on Crescent Avenue, considered the main entrance to Taylor Park, where it branches off North Main Street. two houses show the influence of medievalist styles, a Tudor influenced period cottage, and this Norman style house. Constructed in 1937 for mill owner John Springthorpe and his wife, the house is constructed of local quarry-faced granite, which in combination with its tower and regular massing reinforces the medieval castle-like appearance. 27 dwellings in Taylor Park may be classified as ranch houses, and the middle photo shows the one house in the district that's just outside the 1925 plat, and 10 as minimal traditional style, while 9 houses show marked modernist influence. The Jim Johnson house at upper right was built in 1950, but Taylor Park's first modernist house is earlier, the early 1940s Hale and Nina Yoakley house to the left, a flat-roofed residence designed by Winston-Salem architect Hall Cruz and remodeled in the international style in the 1960s, according to a design by the New York City architectural firm of William Paulman. Below, the 1957 Jerome and Marilyn Samet House is a wedge-shaped residence inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright's Usonian house designs and built by Jerome Samet, who was a contractor. There's also an unusual split-level house, one of a couple in Taylor Park, built circa 1960, with its one-story wing positioned at an angle to the other stories. A lot of the images I've been showing you are of houses on the larger lots in the eastern portion of the district. So I'll show you a few views of the western end from north to south. Grace Street at upper left, Marion Street in the middle, and Howard Street at lower right. As stated earlier, this end of Taylor Park features most of the minimal traditional and plainer ranch houses, although some of the area's architectural landmarks, such as the modernist Samet House, are found here. In sum, the Taylor Park Historic District is locally significant under Criterion A for community planning and development and Criterion C for architecture, with a period of significance extending from 1925 to circa 1967.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions or comments for Hannah about any of the Mount Airy presentations? No, I'm looking to make sure there aren't any raised hands and muted people. Okay.
I move approval.
Okay, great. Thank you. I didn't even have to ask. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So that was Dr. Gennard moved approval and Dr. Brothers seconded. Okay, Hannah, could you close the stop sharing for just a sec, and I will walk through everyone here. Okay, I vote yes. Dr. Baldwin Dethridge.
Yes.
Thank you. Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Thank you. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Great. Matt Jorgensen.
Yes.
Valerie Johnson. Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry Russ.
Yes.
Great. Dr. Bryan.
Yes.
Barbara Snowden.
Yes.
Okay, I think that is everyone. So all of those are approved. Thank you, Hannah. And before moving on to the Zebulon presentation, Ramona, are you going to make some comments?
Well, I suppose, Dr. McGill, would it be better for us to take a lunch break because we're 5 till noon and maybe pick up with that after lunch? Is that a good suggestion?
Sure, that's fine. I wasn't sure like how much conversation we would end up having. So yeah, I think that's fine. And I guess so we'll break for lunch. But if you have not read the correspondence regarding this district proposal, please try to skim it over lunch, and then we will come back and have some comments from Ramona. Does that sound good? Okay. So we will take a 30-minute lunch. We'll come back at 12:25. And again, it would be great if you try to stay in the meeting and just mute yourselves and turn your video off, unless you want us to watch you eating your lunch, which is okay. All right, see you in a bit. Thank you, everybody. Call our meeting back to order, and I think I'll have Mary Beth Fitz introduce herself just because I think she's the only new staff here since our meeting this morning, and then we will go into having some comments from Ramona. You will give us some comments. Okay, great, about Zebulon, but so go ahead, Mary Beth, if you want to introduce. I know
Sure.
we all know you, but
Yes, understood. Hi, my name is Mary Beth Fitz. I'm an assistant state archaeologist with the Office of State Archaeology.
great, thank you, Mary Beth. Okay, so hopefully you've all read some of the correspondence regarding this historic district, and we'll have some comments from Ramona. I imagine there will be some discussion and some questions. So.
Shall I go ahead, Dr. McGill?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I did want to bring to your attention, because it's a little out of the ordinary for us to receive such a high volume of correspondence from various official bodies regarding a proposed nomination. And I will not read these to you. They've all been provided to you, but I will I will flag for the record and also for the public. We have received on February 3rd dated letter from the town of Zebulon introducing a resolution that they had passed regarding their opinion about the National Register Historic District proposal. They have two primary concerns. One is with the proposed boundary, and the second is with public outreach. That resolution has also been, correspondence regarding that resolution has also been shared with us from the North Carolina General Assembly legislative delegation, Senator Sarah Crawford from District 18 and Representative James Roberson from District 39, both of which I believe include the town of Zebulon. And they likewise echo the desire of the town of Zebulon to postpone consideration of the excuse me, of the district proposal until a later date. In June of this year is what the town of Zebulon resolution states. We have also received from the Wake County Historic Preservation Commission an endorsement of the town's resolution that's dated February 10th. We have also received a letter of concern from a local architect named Michael Germano with similar concerns. He also talks a little bit about concerns he has about the proposed district as it is currently drafted. And I presume you all have read that one as well. On the other side, we have also received letters of support from Preservation Zebulon, which is the local advocacy group. And Sarah David is at the office today, as you might see from her background. That is her actual physical office in downtown Raleigh. We have a maximum teleworking routine that we're under, but we do have folks going into the office every day to check mail. Sarah, being in the office today, did check the box literally at the lunch break. And I wanted to ask Sarah if she would share with us, because this is new information. This morning, the mail had not come, but between the time we started the meeting and the time we took lunch, the mail had been delivered to our box. We have a kind of like a mailbox system in our office. So Sarah, what did you find in the box that literally came in the last hour or so?
Yeah, so Julie Smith and Jen Brose and Hannah Beckman Black have really worked hard to make sure correspondence has been scanned and then posted with your information, so you've been able to see it all. But we did have a literal stack of letters in today's mailbox. So we have 14 letters of support here for the district, in support of the district and moving forward with it. So that's in today's mail.
Right. And I also wanted to share, we have online, and I'm happy to put this in the chat and then we can share it with the public as well, if Matt will help me do that. We have from the beginning of time, so to speak, and Matt, if you put this up into the YouTube chat so that we are sharing this with the public as well. There is sort of from the beginning of time of the National Register Advisory Committee, the minutes, which are available on our website. I went back through and looked through those minutes to see if we had ever had a similar situation, and I found one. And again, I want to point out that the resolution, as I'm reading it from the town, is not necessarily talking about, this isn't a great idea. They're asking, it seems to me, for that additional time for public input. So let me share with this. It's on page 1185. Going into page 1186 of this PDF, which is, I guess, 30, 40 years worth of minutes from this committee's meetings back again to the beginning of its existence. This is from the June 10th, 2010 National Register Advisory Committee meeting. And I'm looking at this. So if I look funny here, I'm reading from this. Becca Johnson, who was Andy McDonald's predecessor as the Western Office Preservation Specialist, and I'm going to read this. Becca Johnson began the presentation of nominations for Western properties by reading a letter from the chairman of the Black Mountain Historic Preservation Commission, requesting that consideration of the nomination for the South Montreat Road Historic District be deferred to the October 2010 meeting, which would have been the next meeting. My parenthetical comment. Back to the verbiage. When another nomination for a district in Black Mountain will be presented, in order to allow time for education of district residents about the National Register. Ms. Lymanstall, I believe that's Joe Lymanstall, moved to table consideration to the October 2010 meeting. Dr. Parker seconded, and it passed unanimously. Ms. Johnson then presented the remaining 4 nominations for Western properties. So we do have, that was a little bit before I came to work for the state. I started in 2011, but we do have a precedent for this committee taking that action. There is a comment in the Preservation Zebulon letter that I just like to clarify. As you know, we don't get into whether individuals are seeking tax credits, but I do want, as a matter of information for you, when someone is seeking historic tax credit, and Fred Belladin practices architecture in this area, and he can maybe speak to this, there is a parallel process for someone to work on historic tax credits through what we call the Part 1 process. And then at that point, they have 30 months from the time the building is placed in service, if I'm stating that correctly. So it's a parallel process. It's helpful for things to be on the National Register for tax credits. But as far as someone who is interested in seeking those, there is a process for them to continue to do that while the National Register process is working in parallel fashion. So Mr. Belladin, did I state that correctly as far as from the practicing architect's standpoint? I don't mean to put you on the spot by asking, but.
Not a problem at all. Yes, that's my understanding, is that really for the Part 1 to get everything in the queue, you just need to demonstrate that the district is under consideration, basically. Right. You can still submit the Part 2.
And a draft nomination is needed for that, which we have before us, or any other individual would have before them. So, so in any case, I wanted to bring this to your attention before we took the next agenda item up with a. You might not want to have a full presentation if you opt to take into account the precedent that was before. But this is your decision, not our decision. We put things on the National Register Advisory Committee agenda when they are ready and the advocates would like to move forward. But given that we are in sort of we don't really have a precedent in our lifetime for COVID, I will say that. And the fact that we are meeting again for the 3rd time now in this manner, that does bring home the point. We are also dealing with COVID. So I just bring that up. We have done what needed to be done in terms of the notifications, which were paid for by Preservation Zebulon. The regulations talk about a public meeting, not necessarily a public hearing, but there was some confusion which the Park Service clarified for us more recently about sort of the public meeting that would happen with a certified local government. Zebulon is part of a county local community intergovernmental arrangement, which is somewhat a unique statutory program in North Carolina. Many others, I don't think any other state really has that. If there is one, it's not coming to my mind. But the Park Service considers the host organization, which is the Wake County Commission, Preservation Commission, to be that CLG. And because Zebulon participates with them, but it is a municipality, they were not considered a CLG. That's getting a little in the weeds about that, but I wanted to clarify some of those comments that were made in there as well. So had they been considered a CLG, I think there would have been even more opportunity. But even having said that, I think we all agree we're not able to gather together, which is why we're looking at each other in this manner right now. So I'm glad to answer any questions, but I did want to state that there was a precedent to postpone this if that is something that you would like to do. It may certainly help answer more questions that folks might have and provide an additional opportunity for outreach. Dr. McGill, I see Dr. Baldwin Deathridge's hand.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my question is probably best answered by Sarah. You said that there were 14 letters of support that came in today. Are those from, since we were able to kind of read through the others, are those from property owners in the proposed district? Or I know you're looking at things real quick and trying to eat lunch, but I am just curious what the percentage of kind of literal invested stakeholders that is,
Sure.
if that's possible to sort out. If it's not, then that is also something we can weigh.
Yeah, you can, while y'all keep talking, I will separate them by actual property owner. It is a mix of local people in Zebulon, but who don't actually live in the district, and people who do own property in the district. And I'll sort that out and put some stats in the chat for you.
And I will say, as they've identified themselves to us, I don't think we had the ability with the late
Yes,
arrival of
that's true.
these letters to go and check property.
Yes, I don't have any actual, I only have the letters. I haven't confirmed any of this.
Yes, that's fair. Thank you.
I had a question too. So was there any kind of public information session about the nomination in the local?
Yes, there
Okay, so I
was.
guess there wasn't yet.
And maybe Jen Brose, since Sarah's looking at the letters, can speak to that. I don't want to state the wrong date, but it was not too long ago that Preservation Zebulon sponsored, and we provided information as if we were in person. But Jen,
Right.
would you like to speak to that?
Hear you.
There we
Yeah.
go, Jen.
Had to find the Zoom unmute. Yeah, there was a public information session. And it was virtual, also with the option for limited in-person component at the local women's club. So either or. And people, Preservation Zebulon sent direct mailings to everyone in the district just to let them know about the public information meeting. We also, our office notifies district owners in press releases. So we also just included their meeting information along with our owner notifications. Paired that up and ran that in the News and Observer, and also ran in the Wake Weekly. Is there anything else everyone wanted to add to?
Pretty recent meeting though, because I was trying to look through the timeline that was laid out in that first letter from Preservation Zebulon, and it said in February 2021.
I believe it was February 4th is my recollection. And that's what Ms. Carpenter, who's with Preservation Zebulon, states in her letter dated February 9th. It's the one that has like a little, it has a colorful letterhead if that helps you find that amongst your materials.
And do you have any idea, Jen, how many people attended?
According to this letter, again, Ms. Carpenter's letter of February 9th, I'm sorry, let me bring that back up. I'll just quote from it. At our February 4th, 2021 information meeting, there were 24 virtual attendees plus 4 attendees in person for a total of 28. This included 4 SHPO, in other words, our office's presenters. So, and I don't have a sense of who all the individuals were joining into the meeting. I mean, we wouldn't necessarily have the knowledge of that in an in-person meeting either. But having said that, Jen, how many owners are in the district? It's more than 28, correct?
Right. Yeah. Hannah, how many primary? Do you know how many primary contributing or how many primary resources? Oh, we can't hear her.
Anna, you're muted again. Like you're,
oh, there you are.
Okay, you were moving your lips, but we couldn't hear anything.
That's the strangest thing. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to figure that out after all this. There are 241 contributing primary resources, so it's over. There's about 300, almost 300 primary resources in the district.
That's helpful. David Bergstone, I feel like I interrupted you. Did you have any additional questions? I'm sorry.
Well, I was just reading the letter from the towns, and like there hadn't been any kind of, public forum for people to ask questions or, ask about what the boundaries are. It's going to be the biggest issue. It sounds like there was some hearings. And I mean, I didn't see anything in there, what they submitted that, raised any actual issues with the boundaries. I mean, do we know any more about why they had problems with how the boundaries were determined and mapped out?
Mr. Bergstone, again, to go back to the resolution and the comments that were made, they talk about 320 properties, nearly 160 acres. And I will say that this boundary does include both the downtown as well as residential. I'm not going to read into more than that, but just to say it's a rather large district.
Well, I just don't understand what the objection is. If we'd sort of, the typical process is, the meeting and people are able to, express their support or questions about how it's being delineated. I mean, they didn't outline any specific issues with it. And they just didn't like the process, but it sounds like you followed the normal process. I didn't know what else they could expect.
Yeah. That was my reading of the timeline. It looks like they sent out mailings twice, ran ads in the paper, attempted to engage the town numerous times and get their buy-in, providing information about the process and the timelines to the individual property owners, as well as contact information for those people to reach out. That seems like it's more than due diligence.
I mean, what's an option if we postpone it to the next meeting? We don't know that we still be limited to a Zoom meeting in any case, correct?
Hard to say at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the June, I would be hesitant that anyone would be able to have safe in-person meetings before June. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they won't be able to get more people involved in Zoom, or that it would be the end of the world if we opted to push it to October to give it a really good cushion. I think we have some options here. I admit that I am uncertain on my preference based on the comments that we've seen.
Because the under consent still comes in further in the process, correct? And that before it goes to the Park Service, if enough owners object, to have it set aside basically. But we haven't seen that either, that there's been a significant number of owners objecting.
I will say, like, when I was sort of going back over the timeline in the first letter from the preservation organization, that certainly there was a lot more engagement sort of earlier on, but then in the last year, understandably, that has been, like, all of the requirements have been met, but I can understand how property owners may, like, we feel the distance more, right? And feel like we all, I think many of us feel like as citizens, we have less opportunity for engagement, even if that's not necessarily the physical reality or whatever. So I was kind of struck by that. My concern is in the long run, that I don't want us to put people off on preservation, right? That if there are concerns, and we don't have a whole lot of issues with limiting or with postponing, then maybe that's not a bad thing, but.
Were there any letters of opposition from the property owners within the proposed district, or were all the property owners that issued letters of support? Because I don't recall seeing any.
Sarah, I think you've seen the numbers now.
Yes, all the ones I received today were all in support of the district. And so how that broke down, I put it in the chat. There were 13 new letters. It turns out one of the 14 was something you all already had posted on your website. So 6 of the 13 letters came from individuals or businesses that own property within the district. 1 came from a nonprofit outside of Zebulon, and then 7 came from Zebulon residents who don't own property in the district, but they do live in Zebulon.
And if I can ask Matt Zayer to kindly put that comment from Sarah in the YouTube comments so everyone can see that. But as far as objections, have we received any official objections at this point from property owners?
My read of the letters this morning was that there weren't any, but that's just me. And so I was also going to ask what Terry did. Did anyone else notice that?
Just the architect who seemed to object. It was the city and the architect, and everyone else seemed to be in favor from what I read and scanned.
But the architect didn't indicate that they were a property owner either, right? I mean, they could be.
From what we've been reading as we have been intaking them, I have not yet seen anything that would match up with federal regulation. So it's officially notarizing, saying that you're the property owner and then that you object to the listing. I haven't seen anything like that standard objection come through yet. I don't know if anybody else.
The objection from the architect implies there's some regulatory local district that's going to be imposed on them. And this is National Register, so technically there is no.
Yeah, this is non-regulatory, right?
Right. So I don't know. It seems like he's not clear about what it's about. And, I mean, I think we could go either way. Personally, if we might give them 3 months, but I think the town should have to give some specific issues with the boundaries as to why they don't agree with, as they've been delineated. I mean, it's a technical issue, not really a political issue at this point. And it's been reviewed and, proposed and viewed by staff, and the boundary seems to match what the nomination supports. So if they have issues with that, I think they need to get very specific and address what the guidelines have to say about drawing boundaries.
Matt, I've noticed you've muted and unmuted yourself several times.
Yeah, I was waiting to get in my questions here. It may be that Ramona sort of touched on this. What I'm trying to get over is the city mostly seems to be the one against, or at least asking for a slight delay. And I was looking at their 2 specific concerns, one of which is them feeling that they have not been included in the decisions of the boundaries, and the other being the information dissemination to the citizens. Well, it sounds like the second one, you know, granted it's been COVID, but it seems like the second one, as best as possible, has actually been addressed. But I am curious, if we were to delay, would that give the town of Zebulon a chance to put in input, or would they even be, I don't know, allowed, or are they able to get that first concern of theirs resolved?
I guess I'll try to answer that as best I can, Mr.
And so,
Jordan.
yeah, it seems like you had mentioned that they're part of a network, and so they weren't the ones directly contacted, but they feel like they want to be more direct.
Yeah, maybe it might be helpful to look also at the Wake County Preservation Commission. They are asking that as well, and I guess my question, which I don't know the answer to, is whether Wake County would just have, you know, would help host such a thing too through the Wake County Preservation Commission.
I have a question about, I was unable to, I know that there was a news article about this, but I was unable to access it. How has the media coverage of these concerns been? Can someone characterize it? I don't know.
Well, I don't have a copy of the article. There has been a report about this that I think we can say fairly outlines what you see in the correspondence.
I think my concern, oh, go ahead, Dr. Johnson, you haven't had a chance to say anything yet.
Thank you. I was just gonna say that I think my overall concern is how much of a delay are we talking? And reading through the language, again, from the letter from the city, it's saying we need to have all this consideration. We need to have time to talk about it, to meet with all the people. It sounds like a very extended process, which I understand the need to be inclusive of the residents, but I think that notice has actually been given as provided by the preservation folk. I think that if we were to delay, we would need to give guidance that this is not a indefinite, you just keep going, and because they will play this game. And my other piece is, what are the development issues that are really pressing on them? What is it that they do have in mind that they want to do that nomination to the historic register would prevent or inhibit or impede in some way? So I guess I'm taking a little bit more cynical view of the reasons for this delay. And it could, I'm not saying no, I just would like it not to be open-ended.
Well, they have specifically said they want the delay to be till the June meeting, so 4 months.
Yeah, typically you have to table to a specific date and time to reconsider.
They've also said that they want to be able to have safe in person. And I think that there might be a conflict between that stated goal and the June 10th. And if state requires them to pick a date, I'm sure they, it's so hard to know what things are looking like. I know in our rural areas, it is not looking good for months and months and months. But for other places, it might be different. And I think it's really tricky to say. One other concern I have is it seems like all the property owners that we've heard from are in support, but it is a pretty low percentage compared with the total properties in the district. And I know that there are things in process for this, but it's hard to know what's truly representative, I guess. And like Dr. McGill said, I don't want process to prejudice people against the preservation, particularly with a non-regulatory district like this. I don't know.
Yeah, I was noticing item 25 in the letter from Zebulon Historical says they asked the town to co-host and the town declined. So I'm guessing it has more to do with how it's, conducted than the actual content or giving people an opportunity. It seemed like they were, and they didn't even want to participate, I guess, online, virtually, versus having in person. Like, I can see it going either way. Is there any real time limit for tax credits or something that's pushing earlier determination at this point that we know about?
Mr. Bergstone, I'm not familiar with any particular property that has sought. There are people interested, I believe. There's always people interested. But I did ask Tim Simmons last week, and I don't think we've gotten nobody's initiated the process to my understanding right now. I would imagine, and I want to clarify something I said earlier, the conversation around the 30 months is for the federal tax credit. The state tax credit, you do have to have, quote, certified structure, which means you have to be on the register the year that you want to claim the credits. But you can do the work and then come to us and once everything gets squared away. So
as long as they did this year, they could claim the credits this year.
That's right. That's right. And Dr. McGill, would it be helpful just to talk about timeline to give you the options? If you were to do something today and go ahead and hear it, we would be, we would have the time period and so forth. But if it were in June and you gave a thumbs up and the SHPO agreed to send it to the Park Service, it would probably be the fall before something would happen. So it's always, Jen Bros, am I right? It's always about a 2.5 month, 3 month period if everything moves forward expeditiously, if the SHPO agrees to. So
yeah, that's a safe average. After our NRAC meetings, we generally get it to the Park Service and hear back about 2 to 3 months after NRAC.
Right. So if we did October, maybe by December, maybe not.
Yeah, those depending on their workload probably, and when we get it to them, we sometimes see things listed right before Christmas and sometimes right in the new year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we have, I think everyone who has wanted to speak or ask questions has. Is there, do I hear a motion to delay to either June or October hearing the presentation?
It may be more of a devil's advocate position, but I will move that we delay this until the June NRAC meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Okay, so we will put this to a vote. So the motion is to delay the presentation and then our discussion and vote for the Zebulon Historic District until our June NRAC meeting. Okay, just to clarify for all of us and for the public listening in. So I will go through our roll call vote and people can vote yay or nay or abstain. Is that correct? Right, okay, so I will go through. Me first, I guess. I vote yes to delay. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Baldwin Dethridge.
Yes.
Terry Russ.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Brothers.
Yes.
Dr. Bryan, you were our second. Dr. Denard.
Yes.
Thank you. Fred Belladin.
I'll vote yes. I'd like to offer one statement, though, that I think we ought to thank the preservation organization for picking up the ball and running with it, because we know this will be frustrating for them, and we apologize for the inconvenience that this creates. We're just all trying to figure out how to do the right thing here.
Yeah, thank you, Fred. Barbara Snowden.
Yes, but I also think we need to send out some kind of information to the district, the ones who want the tax credits, to say that you can go ahead and start now with that as long as you're in the process. They may not know that. And that was one of the reasons they asked for us to pass it today, was so that these people could get started with tax credits.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Yes as well.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I'll have a statement after we finish the vote.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, and I will add that if we can also strongly encourage the Wake County Preservation Commission to whatever they can do to sort of engage in gathering public input, that would be great.
And actually, that was along the lines of my statement. They need to make a good faith effort to gather up this information and not just let it lie fallow until it, and then we're up against June meeting, that we expect to see the input and all of the questions that they raised being addressed.
Thank you.
So if we could put that guidance in our response.
Okay, so I think we have recorded everybody's votes here, so we will delay the hearing of the presentation. Thank you, everybody, for all of your questions and comments, and for the public record, thank you for all of the correspondence that people have documented from advocates and property owners and all of our government officials as well.
Dr. McGill, if I could just echo the request, Dr. Johnson and Mr. Belladin, we will be glad to have a formal correspondence that lets folks know what the decision was at this point, but also outlining those bullet points that you all expressed, if that's satisfactory.
Great.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that we have a good recording of this, it makes it easier for us just to do that absolutely verbatim. So just wanted to let you know that was our plan. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
This vote to delay is clearly a unanimous vote, correct?
Yes. Yes, it was. Thank you. Okay. So we have 3 more properties in the central southeastern region from Jen Rose. I think those are all of yours, right? And so we will hear those before moving on to the study list proposals.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Give me a second to get my screen up.
Jen.
Are you seeing a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Very good. Okay, let me put it in full screen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Alicia. All right, so yes, I have 3 National Register candidates for you today. My first property is the Henry Fletcher and Carrie Allison Longhouse at 335 North Center Street in Statesville. It is northwest of downtown Statesville, as indicated by the red house shown here. The Longhouse, designed by Louis H. Asbury, is nominated for the National Register under Criterion C, locally significant in the area of architecture. It is also nominated under Criterion B for its association with the productive life of Dr. Henry F. Long, who made significant contributions to Statesville in the field of health and medicine in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The period of significance from 1915 to 1939 spans the date of construction to the date of Dr. Long's passing. Dr. Long was a prominent early local medical practitioner and pioneer local surgeon. He made key contributions founding early local medical facilities, including the Billingsley Hospital in 1900, shown here at the top left, and his 12-room Long's Sanatorium in 1905. The sanatorium expanded into this 3-story brick building in 1912, shown here at the bottom left. Dr. Long made significant contributions also to nurses training and employment. He established Statesville's first nurses training school at Billingsley in 1901, and he incorporated the Statesville Training School for Nurses in 1915. Dr. Long donated his medical facility to a public nonprofit in 1933. It was named H.F. Long Hospital, and it remained one of the top 2 local medical facilities until the mid-50s. Billingsley Hospital and the 1905 sanatorium have been demolished. The 1912 brick hospital, here with its 30s addition, no longer retains architectural integrity due to interior alterations and window replacement. It was used over time by various government entities, and that's how the hospital interior arrangement was compromised. Thus, Dr. Long's home is the most intact extant property closely associated with him during his productive career. Research revealed no contemporaries who rivaled Dr. Long's prowess in the late 19th to early 20th century locally. The closest, Dr. James Davis, was not licensed to practice until 1913, 2 decades after Dr. Long started. The Long House is also eligible for listing under Criterion C for architecture as a remarkably intact and locally significant dwelling designed by prominent Charlotte architect Louis H. Asbury. It manifests nationally popular early 20th century colonial revival, craftsman, and Tudor stylistic elements. The house is Asbury's earliest and only residential Statesville commission identified to date, and epitomizes the substantial brick construction and finely crafted interiors seen throughout his works. A colonial revival influence predominates on the exterior, which features a steeply pitched hip roof with deep eaves and molded wood cornice, original wood windows, and a pedimented entrance bay. Both Tuscan columns and robust square brick craftsman post support a wraparound porch. You can see here a classical surround at the front entrance. And 3-part leaded glass windows flank the central entrance. Tudor elements include concrete capped chimney shoulders on the side elevations, as well as a faux half timbered finish on the 2nd-story sleeping porch here towards the back. The interior is arranged around a central stair hall. And the intact interior features are numerous. This includes smooth plaster walls and ceilings, tongue and groove oak floors on the first, tall molded baseboards, original window and door surrounds, pocket doors, vertical panel doors with original hardware, and craftsman and classical mantels. The central staircase is shown here with its paneled square newel post. And throughout the house, you see many original craftsman and colonial revival brass pendant light fixtures. Here are a few more interior views, including the upstairs landing. As noted, some of the rooms towards the back of the house changed a little in the 60s, as you can see here with the kitchen and den finishes, typical of that period. Although there are a few other local examples in the same stylistic vein, the Longhouse is the only known example attributed to the prominent architect Louis H. Asbury. There are several contributing outbuildings with the nominated boundary. From the early 1900s, a laundry and a smokehouse, shown here at the bottom. A 1915 carriage house and garage next to it. A garage built between 1918 and 1925, shown here, with a later rear addition. There's a prominent 1915 retaining wall that runs along the front elevation and early 20th century rear garden wall behind the home. In sum, the Longhouse is nominated under criterion B and C with a period of significance from 1915 to 1939. The boundary includes a residual 1.08 acres from Dr. Long's 1899 land purchase to include his house, historic outbuildings, walls, and landscape setting. The boundary follows a parcel line, which is shown here in light blue, with the exception of an extension on the east side here to include all of the retaining wall we mentioned, and a jog here at the southwest corner so that it doesn't cut off the corner of the contributing garage, which encroaches very slightly onto the adjacent parcel. Alicia, would you like me to continue moving through them all?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, the next property I have for you is the Edgar S. and Madge Temple House in Salisbury. It's locally significant under criterion C for architecture, as it embodies distinctive characteristics of the Spanish colonial revival style. The period of significance is 1936, the date of construction. The house is located in Northwest Salisbury, as indicated by the red arrow. The Temple House is an excellent and locally unparalleled example of a one-story Spanish colonial revival style house with integral courtyard and complementary site design in Salisbury. Built in 1936 by Edgar S. Temple, a landscape professional, the home was one of the earliest and most prominent homes in the Milford Hills subdivision, which first opened for residential development in the late 1920s. The house, as you'll see in the following slides, retains a high level of historic integrity with character-defining features of the Spanish colonial revival style intact and no changes to the house's historic plan. The Temple House exhibits a complex plan with outer front gabled sections here connected by a gabled hyphen running in between. It features a low pitched red tile-clad roof with minimal eave overhang. Walls are covered with stucco. As is common of the style, the Temple House has an asymmetrical facade emphasized by an off-center square entrance tower. The entrance exhibits a Renaissance-inspired door surround, and the tower is accented at the top by bands of tile work. The facade also features multiple arched windows, and the gable ends have arched vent openings. A stucco chimney accented with tile work and a decorative iron S-shaped anchor plate is centered on the north wall of a living room hyphen, and it faces into the rear interior courtyard. French doors between interior rooms and multiple French doors opening to the integral outdoor courtyard illustrate the typical seamless flow of residential to natural spaces. The interior of the Temple House retains its original floor plan, as well as semi-rough textured stucco walls, 2 1/4 inch tongue and groove red tiger oak flooring, mosaic tile in bathrooms, unpainted stained wood window and door facings, 8-panel wood doors, 15 light French doors, brass door hardware, and most of the original ceiling light fixtures. A massive focal living room chimney is here with bracketed heavy board mantle. While there are homes of Spanish influence in Salisbury, these local examples tend to be Spanish mission style. And you can see the shaped parapets here, typical of that. The Temple House is the only known example of a one-story Spanish colonial revival home centered around a courtyard. The grounds are a collective contributing site and include character-defining features such as garden plantings, interior and exterior courtyard, and stucco-clad wall with archways, a statuary niche, and a triangular fish pond. Mr. Temple also completed this landscape work at the time of the house construction, and it lends to the design concept of continuous flow between the exterior landscape and interior residential living space of the home. 2 outbuildings, a multi-level garage, shown at right, and a chicken house, left, also date to the house's construction period, and these are contributing buildings. In sum, the Temple House is eligible for the National Register under Criterion C, significant at the local level in the area of architecture, and the period of significance is 1936, the construction date of the house, landscape features, and outbuildings. The National Register boundary follows the current tax parcel and encompasses the residual portion of the original land conveyed to the Temples by the Salisbury Development Company in 1933. It excludes a portion that was sold off more recently to the north for recent development. Okay, and my final property for you. Here we have the Julius Clegg Hall House and Grounds at 343 North 2nd Street in Albemarle. Julius Clegg Hall was a physician and proprietor of a leading local drugstore. He commissioned Louis H. Asbury to design this residence. Construction began in 1912. And around 1913 to 14, he employed Philadelphia-based landscape architect William Houghton Ritchie for landscape design. At the time, he owned this lot right here. But then in 1922, he expanded the lot down here to the south, doubling the size of his property. So in 1922, he hired Earl S. Draper to complete landscape plans. And in the 20s, he also re-engaged Asbury to design the auto garage. It's back here. The Hall House is nominated under Criterion C, significant on the local level in the area of architecture. It embodies distinctive characteristics of colonial revival style domestic architecture in its design, materials, and craftsmanship, being both an early example of the style in Mr. Asbury's prolific career and a landmark in the architectural townscape of Albemarle. The Hall House was the second of Asbury's 27 known commissions in Albemarle, but this is the earliest extant. His first for John Solomon Effred, it was demolished in the 1960s. The higher statewide significance in the area of landscape architecture reflects the unique associations of both Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Draper with the complementary development of the Hall family's colonial revival style gardens and grounds. The blueprint plans and the surviving hardscape features of their designs reflect an unusual level of enhancement exercised here in a small yet prosperous town outside the major metropolitan areas of the state in the opening decades of the 20th century. Altogether, they represent one of the few known documented works from Mr. Ritchie's short-lived career and an important example of Mr. Draper's work on a domestic scale. The period of significance begins in 1912, when construction of the house began, and extends to 1930, at Dr. Hall's death, by which date the surviving enhancements to the property were completed. Okay, now I will provide a brief tour, noting some character defining features. Here you see the symmetrical main block of the brick home and one-story porch wing. Note the classical inspired entrance and the prominent retaining wall in the foreground. Walking around the building, you can see the house has prominent eave returns. There is also a one-story kitchen L here extending from the rear with an attic. And note back here, this particular porch was glazed during the 2018-2019 rehab. So that's one of our minor changes. The interior is a central stair hall plan, and it's quite intact. Changes over time are as expected in secondary spaces such as the kitchen remodel in the 40s and early 2000s. Additional bathrooms were tucked into former employees' sleeping quarters and behind the kitchen and into a second-story sleeping porch as well. So modifications in some secondary spaces to accommodate continued use. The interior retains plaster walls and ceilings and dark stained original woodwork. Note the door and window surrounds, baseboards, chair rails, picture rails, and maple flooring. On the bottom right, we see the central stair hall with pocket doors flanking each side. The stair landing features a beautiful foliate and vine motif colored in leaded glass window. On the bottom left, note the beamed ceiling in the living room and French doors leading out to the sun porch on each side of the fireplace. The sun porch here at the top left has terracotta tile flooring and unpainted brick. The dining room has sort of a combination of colonial revival and arts and crafts decor. Note the tall paneled wainscot with plate rails and built-in china press. Here, the fireplace has a lovely mustard colored ceramic tile. Center, you can see the rehabbed kitchen, which is highlighted here over the top of the Asbury plan. And at the left, this is one of the three original secondary stairways. This one curves up at the back of the house from the rear porch into the service areas. Upstairs, we see very similar finishes, except that the flooring is pine. The sleeping porch at the west end was retrofitted and a laundry tucked into the adjacent attic space. And there are typical bathroom updates on the second floor as well. Here on the right, we can see the stair hall on the second floor. Built-in linen closets and archways leading to the mini bedrooms that are on the second floor. Here's another original mantle with olive green tile. Here's the 1927 garage by Asbury. And the grounds are a contributing site. Within them, the pergola, because of its substantial size, is counted as a separate contributing structure designed by Draper. You can also see the curving walkways with axial walks leading out to the street and to the garage. Also note in the retaining wall, we have some built-in planters on the brick piers. The proposed inner boundary encompasses Dr. Hall's earliest house lot and 1920s expansion to the south. It follows the current parcel line, which combines the two lots. In sum, the Julius Clegg Hall house is nominated under criterion C, significant at the local level for architecture and at the statewide level for landscape architecture. And that is all I have for you. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jen. Any questions or comments for Jen?
I've got a question for the Temple House. Why limit the period significance to 1 year? Is there no information about how long he was there? And
Let's see. I'm going to unshare my screen so that folks can see. Hang on just a second. Stop share.
There you go.
So people can see the questions. Thank you. The period of significance was selected to coincide with the construction date of the house. According to the nomination, the outbuildings and landscape work and everything was conceived at one time in the 30s, and because it's criterion C, they're going to stick with a 36 date for the date of significance.
Okay. I would have thought with the landscaping being a longer term, evolution change, that might have been, at least for his lifetime in the house. That's fine. That's great. Great house.
Yeah. Thank you.
More a curiosity question. The house with the garage that encroaches a little bit. How often does that come up, and what happens if, for instance, the neighboring property owner does something to it?
It probably happens more often than we know. Not us, but generally speaking, the whole thing was owned by him, and at different points he had sold it off to his children. I think surveying methods become more precise over time. So in a recent resurvey, it was noted that they thought that there was a corner of it maybe encroaching into a lot that he had split off for his kids. Actually, his son built a dental office on the parcel next door. So when we found out that it was going into that other property, we knew we were going to have to do a notification there to be legally precise. But in this case, fortunately, the author told us it's owned by the same entity that owns the house. So it was not an issue, thankfully.
Cool.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions?
I move approval.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bryan. Is there a second?
I will second Matt Jorgensen.
All right. Thank you, Matt. I think I saw Dr. Brothers unmute herself first, but I heard Matt first. Okay. So we're voting on the three properties presented by Jen Rose here. And I vote yes. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Kristen Baldwin Dethridge.
Yes.
All right. David Denard.
Yes.
Thank you. Barbara Snowden.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Terry Russ.
Yes.
Tamara Holmes Brothers.
Yes.
Valerie Johnson.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all of us. That's unanimous. And so now we're finished with our National Register nominations, and we'll move on to the study list proposals. And I think we'll hear the Jackson County survey update first and then take a break, if that's okay with everybody. And I think that we have Dan Pizzoni here with us. Are you there, Dan? I know we have a phone number down here but we can't hear you.
Okay, you should hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. And Dan, if you want to introduce yourself, because I think you're the only person new-ish who has joined, who's joining us newish today.
Okay.
Actually, excuse me, Dan, just a second. Dr. McGill, I had planned on introducing Dan, but before introducing Dan, I wanted to say a little bit to the committee about this survey, because I think it's worth noting that Jackson County did this survey. So Dan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'd like to give you the proper introduction that I think you deserve. And I'll frame that, and then you can add anything you'd like as I'm pulling up your presentation.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Annie.
Oh, no, that's fine, Dr. McGill. So before I introduce Dan, I'd like to say so the committee knows that Jackson County is one of our far west counties. And while they have a historic preservation commission that has locally designated several resources, their commission does not have certified local government status. That means they are not eligible for grants from our office for survey, National Register work, and other preservation activities. Jackson County is to be commended for this project. For the county commission allocated 100% of the funding for this $25,000 survey. That is, these days, in my 9 years with the office, that is unheard of. And in the far west, where we have such limited survey, this is a major project. So moving on to introduce Dan. Dan Pizzoni, the consultant who did the project, should be well known to most, if not all, of our NRAC members. Based in Virginia, Dan has been doing survey and National Register consulting in North Carolina since the 1980s. Most recently, he authored the Mount Airy nominations you reviewed today. And he also recently completed the survey of post-World War II resources in Cleveland County that resulted in several study list designations back in 2019. So I'll be running Dan's PowerPoint while he narrates. And Dan, I'll let, if my introduction of you was deficient in any way, please feel free to fill in as I pull up your presentation.
No, it sounded good to me. Just give me the word and I'll jump right in.
Okay. Go ahead and get started.
Okay. In 2020, Jackson County contracted with Landmark Preservation Associates to conduct an architectural survey of approximately 200 county resources dating to the period 1945 to 1975. These study list recommendations are for 5 individual resources and 3 potential historic districts identified by the survey. Strike that, it's actually 2 districts. Is that correct, Annie?
That is correct, 2 districts.
Yes. Need to fix that in the script. So 5 individual resources, 2 potential historic districts. Next image shows the county in context. The next image shows county towns. Because the majority of the resources proposed for study listing are houses, the presentation that follows begins with a brief overview of period house styles and forms in the county. House styles from before World War II carried over into the early post-war period. This circa 1950 house shows the influences of the pre-war period cottage and craftsman styles. The modern style was introduced locally in 1942 and was the county's first modernist style. The rounded end of the late 1940s frieze house in Silva is a modern feature. Strattlebrook, as its name suggests, is built over a mountain stream. The small but sophisticated circa 1962 modernist house shows Japanese influence. This circa 1957 house illustrates such modernist themes as angular forms, cantilevers, and large expanses of glass. Certain chimney details suggest the influence of Frank Lloyd Wright, America's premier 20th century modernist architect, and a source of inspiration for a number of county houses. In 1965, Cleveland, Ohio architect J. Byers Hayes built this modernist house near Webster as his retirement home. Hayes may have been the first or second professional architect to maintain an office in the county. Miami architect William Shanklin designed one or more houses in Balsam in the 1940s, though whether he was a county resident is currently unknown. The ranch house was the most popular house type in the county beginning in the 1950s. Ranch houses illustrate the 2 principal architectural themes of the era, modernism and historicism. This circa 1970 ranch house in Forest Hills is modernist. High Mitre, built in the resort community of Cashers in the 1950s, is a simple version of rustic modern. A lattice panel between the bedroom windows on the left end of this otherwise astylistic circa 1964 ranch house, is a historicist feature. Tripartite symmetry and the colonial revival portico are some of the historicist features of the circa 1972 Cook House, relatively large ranch house. The 1961 Park Hill House in Cashers is historicist on the front and modernist on the back. The deck railing is a recent alteration. The house was designed by the Brevard architectural firm of Henry McDonald, which designed many Cashers houses from the 1950s on. The split-level house type is illustrated by this circa 1972 modernist house in Silva. The 1975 Townsend House in Cashers shows the influence of the A-frame house type. Here is a circa 1975 do-it-yourself modernist house with the staggered shed form popular during the 1970s. Lastly, the survey period picked up the beginning of an architectural trend that continues to the present in Cashers, which is the construction of large showcase homes for affluent summer and full-time residents. Shown here is the Reese House, built circa 1970, at the beginning of the trend. Okay, moving into the recommendations. Recommendation 1 is the William and Margaret Lee House. Though the survey focused on the 1945 to the 1975 period, sometimes there were opportunities to document earlier resources. One of these is the 1926 William and Margaret Lee House in Balsam, a resort community next to the Blue Ridge Parkway between Silva and Waynesville. The rustic-style house is constructed of logs with poplar bark shingles that are an in-kind replacement of the original shingles. Bark shingles are a cladding material originally popularized in North Carolina in the Avery County community of Linville. Another view. The doors under the porch open into an original garage. The saddle-notched log construction is typical of mainstream rustic architecture from the period. 1940s and modern views demonstrate the house's high degree of integrity. These views show log and bark details on the stairs and gallery. More views of the stairs, the kitchen, an upstairs bedroom. Details include forked stick clothes pegs and Z-braced doors. The William and Margaret Lee House is one of the most intact and architecturally sophisticated rustic-style houses in the county and is proposed for study listing under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance. The period of significance is 1926, assuming that is the actual date of construction for the house. Recommendation 2, Rolling Green Motel. Rolling Green Motel is a well-preserved motel and residential complex from 1950 and later. Developed by the Lee family of Chicago, the complex is located near Cullowhee on what was the main road between Silva and Cashers. Unlike most motels of the era, the guest rooms face away from the road into the property's park-like interior, as seen in this aerial view. Another view, the motel has been converted to apartments. The motel is constructed of cinder blocks, which are exposed and painted on the exterior and interior. A view of the roadside showing the office area and door to the laundry room. The south end was built as a two-room suite with a fireplace. Views of the suite's bedroom. Bedroom details on the left and the kitchenette and bathroom wall on the right. Built-in cabinets with Art Deco hardware. Most of the one-room motel units were made into two-room apartments. A major change resulting from this conversion was the removal of one of the two bathrooms and its replacement with a kitchenette. In 1959, the family started adding cottages to the complex, beginning with the modernist cottage number 1. Another view. Interiors. Cottage number 2, more historicist in character, was built in 1961. Cottage number 3, built in 1965, shows modernist, historicist, and rustic influences. The cottage has views of the Tuckasegee River across the road. A bow window, prow roof, and wavy rustic siding appear in this view. Interiors. Cottages 4 and 5 were built in 1968 and 1971. A barn was built circa 1950. In 1975, the barn was converted to 2 apartments. The interior of the downstairs apartment. The well house is largely a replacement in kind of the original circa 1950 structure. This is the view from the motel area. In the 1960s, the family developed the adjacent Rolling Green subdivision. Some of the ranch houses and other houses in the subdivision are visible from the motel grounds. And then finally, a view with cottage number 3 on the left, the motel at the center, and cottage number 1 on the right. The Rolling Green Motel is proposed for study listing under Criterion A in the entertainment recreation area of significance as a well-preserved motel from the heyday of roadside motel development in the county, and as the product of an evolving business plan that saw the addition of cottage units beginning in 1959. With additional research and context, the property may also be eligible under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance for the varied architecture of the modernist and historicist motel and cottages, and for the motel's unusual inward orientation and resort characteristics. The period of significance is 1950 to 1971. Recommendation number 3, the Alvin and Mary Stiles house. Silva Furniture Store owner Alvin Jesse Stiles and his wife, Mary Gibson Stiles, drew a sketch of the house they wanted to build in Silva's Harris Hills subdivision. They gave the sketch to an unknown Knoxville, Tennessee architect to produce construction drawings. Haywood County contractor Luther Myers further developed the design of the modernist house, which was begun in 1965 and completed in 1967. The house features a prow-fronted main living area with a garage and dining room wing on the left and a bedroom wing on the right. The architect proposed a one-story garage wing, but Luther Myers suggested giving it an upper dining room level. A balcony was substituted for unneeded interior space. Here's the balcony detail. The prow motif projects through to the rear. The chimney at the end of the bedroom wing. Front entry details. The entry opens into a foyer at the foot of the stairs with this original fountain. The top of the stairs opening into the living room at the front of the prow. The main living area revolves around a stone chimney mast, a feature Mary Stiles introduced in the original sketch. These 1970s and current views illustrate the interior's high level of integrity. The prow looks out onto the yard designed by Asheville landscape architect Doane Ogden in 1969. The dining room and its original wallpaper mural. The house has an intercom system and built-in stereophonic record player. The fireplace in the downstairs billiards room. A colorful 1970s mural in the downstairs playroom, which was painted by the Stiles' 2 sons and kids from the neighborhood under the direction of Mary Stiles. The pattern for the mural was published in the Silva newspaper. The basic elements of Doane Ogden's 1969 landscape design involve an inner tier of connecting specialized spaces surrounded by planting areas and natural greenery extending to the property lines. This plan shows the inner spaces in relation to the house. The front yard is bordered by masses of rhododendron and boxwood, with a path referred to as the wildflower path in the original specs. The path leads to a footbridge, a modern replacement of the original. The stone retaining wall behind the house predates Ogden's design. It has a water feature consisting of staggered projecting stones. There's a view of the house under construction, and a view of Mary Stiles and her sons, Michael and John, who provided a wealth of information on the house and its construction. The Alvin and Mary Stiles house is proposed for study listing under Criterion C in the architecture and landscape architecture areas of significance. Architecturally, the house is significant as one of Silva's leading examples of 1960s modernism, the product of a collaborative design process between the owner, architect, and builder. The property is also significant as a well-preserved example of the work of regionally prominent landscape architect Doane Ogden. The house and grounds possess an exceptional level of integrity. The period of significance is 1967 to 1969. Recommendation 4, the Luke and Nat Rindle House. Hjalmar, or Luke Rindle, retired from the textile industry in 1972, and with his wife, Natalie, is thought to have moved directly into this rustic modern house on Casher's High Hampton Golf Course. The Rindle House is an early representative of the large showcase houses built in Casher's beginning around 1970. Sam Bruton and Henry McDonald of the Brevard architectural firm of McDonald and Bruton designed the board and batten and stone veneer house. The end of the two-story bedroom wing. The bedroom wing near rear elevation. The great room wing on the left and a non-historic indoor-outdoor wing on the right. The great room wing. The rear patio area is seen from the indoor-outdoor wing. Patio details. The view of the golf course and Rock Mountain from the patio. The north end of the house. A carport and ancillary building with a soaring front gable roof projects in front of the house. The room on the right was a sewing room. Former owner Winston Groom, author of Forrest Gump, had his writing office in this building. The front entry. The front entry area and great room. The front entry area looking into the dining room. The dining room with an opening overlooking the great room. The kitchen. But then beyond the kitchen, the indoor-outdoor wing, a sitting room and bedroom in the bedroom wing, some landscape details, more details. The Luke and Nat Rindle House is proposed for study listing under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance for the sophistication of its design, and is one of the first rustic modern showcase houses built in Casher's. Other than the addition of a non-historic rear wing, the 1972 house retains a high level of integrity. The period of significance is 1972. Okay, moving into the two historic districts. Recommendation 5, Upper Balsam Historic District. Balsam, located in northern Jackson County at around 3,500 feet elevation, was a traditional mountain agricultural community during the 19th century. The construction of a southern railway line and the opening of the Balsam Mountain Inn in 1908 transformed the community into a resort destination. Here's Annie's map of the proposed district. Highway improvements made Balsam increasingly accessible as the 20th century progressed and fostered the development of a summer home neighborhood centered on the pre-existing Jones Farm. The open area known as the Hayfield is a vestige of the farm, as is this barn on Cabin Flats Road, Upper Balsam's main thoroughfare. Other vestiges of pre-resort Balsam include the log Ensley House and the 1895 William Murdoch House. In the 1920s, Daytona Beach developer Charles Ballou began to develop house lots in the community. The log core of the house on the right is believed to have been his sales office. The 1926 Baggett House is one of several 1920s rustic-style houses built on lots in what was known as Ballou Hills. Next door stands another 1920s rustic-style house, the Bingham House. Saddle-notched log construction, often with the log ends painted bright colors, is typical of these early houses. The circa 1937 house known as G. Wilkins has a recessed porch with rustic log posts in its second story. Two cottages from circa 1940. The DeShields house, built in the early 1940s, includes a cobblestone barbecue pit of distinctive design. One street in the neighborhood is lined with houses of more conventional craftsman-inspired design. These examples date to the late 1940s. The circa 1946 Worth and Mary Monroe house may have been inspired by the coastal or Creole cottage house type, though the log porch columns and X-form balustrade panels are rustic. The house was designed by Miami architect William Shanklin. The Monroes and many other home builders from the period were from Florida. A circa 1942 cottage may be the original section of this rambling ranch house, which mostly dates to after World War II. A 1950s house, and another. Upper Balsam's steep topography necessitated the construction of numerous stone retaining walls. A circa 1964 rustic modern ranch house, another modernist house. The front wall of this circa 1965 modernist cottage is almost all glass. This circa 1966 modernist A-frame is one of the most sophisticated examples of its form in the county. The Upper Balsam Historic District is proposed for study listing under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance for its rustic and modernist house, including many notable examples of each style, and possibly under Criterion A in the entertainment recreation area of significance as a summer resort community. The proposed district possesses good overall integrity with few non-historic houses and with the character-defining features of its historic houses intact. The period of significance for the district extends from circa 1850, an approximate date for the earliest surviving architecture, to 1971. And then the final recommendation, number 6, for the Harris Hills Historic District. Harris Hills developed as a prestige address adjacent to Silva's downtown core, largely in the 1950s and 1960s. Here is a portion of the neighborhood as viewed from in front of the Alvin and Mary Stiles house, which is already considered. Here is Annie's map of the proposed district. The neighborhood is partly an extension of earlier development on the southwest side of the downtown, as illustrated by these period cottage/minimal traditional influenced houses from the late 1930s or circa 1940. Growth accelerated in the 1950s. The Boyd and Nancy Soseman House, built in 1954-55, is one of Silva's early modernist ranch houses. The house was designed and built by Silva furniture merchant Boyd Soseman, who also ran a construction company. The house is veneered in gray crab orchard sandstone. Soseman also built the circa 1954 Nicholson House, a modernist ranch house with with distinctive gridded carport openings. This circa 1967 ranch house is more traditional in character. B. Floyd, the owner of this circa 1958 split level, is credited with laying out a portion of the neighborhood. The Dalton House is a circa 1958 modernist split level. Silva attorney Robert Philip Hare purchased a circa 1958 ranch house and expanded it in the modernist style in 1968. Hare, a state legislator and U.S. congressman, designed the expansion in concert with his builder, Richard Wright. Home building continued into the 1970s and 1980s. The Allison House dates to circa 1981. Sandstone in clashing crazy quilt forms ornaments the chimney of this circa 1979 house. And full circle back to the Stiles House. The Harris Hills Historic District is proposed for study listing under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance for the variety and quality of its mid-century architecture. The proposed district possesses good overall integrity with few non-historic houses and with the character-defining features of its historic houses intact. The period of significance for the district extends from circa 1940, the approximate date of the oldest architecture, to 1971. And those are the recommendations.
Great, thank you so much, Dan. Are there any comments or questions? No? Dr. Johnson, are you kind of raising your hand here?
Yes, I just wanted to appreciate the work that was done and reflect the Annie's earlier comment on having this be a nomination coming from the West, the thoroughness of the presentation. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. It was beautiful too. Really cool architecture. Is there a motion to approve the survey properties presented to us by Dan for the study list?
So moved.
A motion that we approve. Barbara Snowden.
All right, we have Barbara as first and Fred is our second. Okay. I vote yes. Matt?
Yes.
Kristen, I'm going to go with first names here.
Yes.
Mary Lynn?
Yes.
David Denard?
Yeah.
I just went with two there because we have two Davids. Do you go by Valerie Ann or Valerie?
Both, so either one. Whatever quickest.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Terry?
Yes.
David B?
Yes.
And Tamara?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that's all of us. Okay, cool. So that passes for the study list. So now we will move to our regional presentations for properties. And our first one here for the Western region is by Annie. For the Edwin Cochran Guy or Gee house?
Very nice. The Edwin Cochran Guy house. And if you'll please just give me a moment to switch between presentations, I will pull up my study list presentation. And share it.
I forgot that I was going to have us take a break. How long is your presentation, Annie?
5 minutes max, because I only have the one. Do you want me to keep going or do you want to take a break?
Let's just do it because you're already transitioning to pulling it up. So, and then we'll take our break.
Okay. There is only one individual study list application from the Western region for the Edwin Cochran Guy house. located in central Avery County in the county seat of Newland. Avery County was formed in 1911, and the town of Newland became the county seat shortly thereafter. The courthouse and jail, highlighted here in blue, date to that early 20th century founding and are the town's only National Register listings. To the west of downtown Newland is the Edwin Cochran Guy House, which presently occupies an 8.63 acre parcel that is heavily wooded. Seen here in aerial view is the main block of the house, which was built in 1916 and expanded in the 1930s or early 1940s. Locally prominent banker, industrialist, and philanthropist Edwin Cochran Guy established the first bank in Newland in 1913. He amassed thousands of acres in Newland and Avery County in the 1910s. Via a large spring on his property on Spanish Oak Mountain, he developed Newland's first waterworks. He chartered the first electric company in 1920 and extended service to the communities of Linville and Montezuma. Guy was involved in other businesses as well, including a railroad and in mica mining in the region. In addition to his business pursuits, Guy was heavily engaged in local civic and benevolent organizations. In the years immediately following his 1912 marriage, Guy and his wife lived in an apartment above the Avery County Bank. In 1915, he began construction on this house, one of the largest and most prominent dwellings in Newland. Like many houses of the 1910s and 1920s, the Guy House exhibits a blend of craftsman and colonial revival style ornament. Features characteristic of the period include the paired recessed panel porch posts atop brick piers, classically derived porch trim, pedimented dormers, and the double-hung 12/1 wood windows. The dwelling retains a remarkably high degree of exterior integrity. Though large in comparison to the overall footprint of the building, the addition is not particularly impactful on its character, and construction of the addition corresponds to Guy's increasing involvement in local politics from the 1930s through the 1950s. Though a wheelchair ramp was added within the past 30 years, it has little visual impact. Also on the property are a small barn, this shed, and a fire pit. The plan is oriented around a double-loaded corridor with the parlor and dining rooms at the front of the house. The interior retains a high degree of integrity to the period of construction and Edwin Cochran Guy's ownership. The kitchen, a sitting room, several bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms occupy the rest of the first floor. Stairs to the second story display modest ornament in the handrail and newels. The upstairs is largely given over to bedrooms, a small library, and an additional bathroom. Newland is an interesting town whose built environment is not especially dense. Unfortunately, survey coverage here is very limited, but we do know that in addition to the Edwin Cochran Guy House, shown here, there are roughly 5 other extant dwellings that date to roughly the same period. This is the house directly across Wantesca Street from the Guy House. And these 2 heavily altered dwellings to the north and east of downtown. These 2 houses were constructed around the same time and appear to be the most comparable properties. The Edwin Cochran Guy House and associated resources occupy a 3.63 acre area of the larger parcel, and this is what is proposed for study list designation. The Edwin Cochran Guy House appears to be eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion B for its association with Edwin Cochran Guy, who made significant contributions to the history and development of Newland and Avery County, and under Criterion C for its local architectural significance. Staff recommends placing the Edwin Cochran Guy House on the National Register study list. That concludes my presentation, and I will take any questions.
Thank you, Annie. Any questions, comments? Is there a motion to approve staff recommendations to list the Edwin Cochran Guy House on the study list?
I so move.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is there a
Yes.
second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brothers. Okay, let's go through our list again here. I vote yes. Alicia McGill, Matt,
Yes.
thank you. Kristen,
Yes.
Mary Lynn,
Yes.
thank you. David D,
Yes.
thank you. Barbara,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
David B.
Yes.
Great. I think that's all of us. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go into, Scott, you have one presentation for the Eastern region. Is that what we have here? All right.
That's correct.
And then we have several for the Central Southeastern. So I have 2:07. Let's come back at 2:13. All right. And stay in the meeting if you can. Just turn off your mic and video. See you again soon. Yes, we are ready to start. Thank you, Scott.
Okay. See if I can share the screen.
Yep, it's there.
But it's not there on my end yet for some reason. All right, let me see if I can get y'all out of the way so I can see. All right. So we're good?
Yes, we can see it.
All right. Completed in 1953, Davis High School was built just west of the rural Hyde County fishing village of Englehard and was one of 2 identical schools for blacks that were constructed that year. It served black students from the nearby communities of Englehard, Fairfield, Middletown, Nebraska, Slocum, and St. Lydia. And if you know anything about Hyde County, some of those communities are not that close to Englehard, so it's quite a distance. It was situated along US 264, which had just been paved from Swan Quarter to Englehard in 1950-51. The site is surrounded by the county's rich farmlands, and the Englehard Ridge School, which they refer to as the ERS school, the Englehard Ridge School, was a black school that had actually opened in 1923 on this site. And it had just closed the previous year, so about around 1952. After the new cinder block building was constructed to serve the upper grades, one of the old wooden buildings that had been associated with the Englehard Ridge School was used for lunchroom and classrooms for the elementary grades, and that building no longer stands. The original 1953 Davis High School building was a rectangular, let me roll back to the last slide, was a rectangular 1-story cinder block building with red brick veneer ends. The original footprint still exists, but with additions such as the gymnasium, which I'll show you in just a second. On the east end of the double-loaded corridor, there were classrooms and labs. On the west end, there were administrative offices, storage, a boiler room, and bathrooms. All right, if you're looking at this building, immediately to your left, beyond that big parking lot, is the original building, and I'll explain what has happened to it in a second. If you look over diagonally toward the right side of the screen to the back, you'll see the big, tall smokestack, which was the part of the original boiler system, and then the gymnasium beyond that. The boiler room, of course, had that really tall chimney, vented the coal-fired boiler. Both the lower and the taller hallway portions had flat roofs. The center hallway acted as a clear story to help with airflow. So let's roll back again. So this is a sort of a crude student drawing of the building from 1954, so just a year after it was constructed. But this is essentially the configuration where it had the brick end, as you can see here. Everything else was concrete block, brick end, and it had, going all the way down the middle of the corridor, were clear story windows, so it let a lot of light into the central part of it. The rooms did not go all the way completely to the back, the ones on either side. Let me see where I am. I'm just going to sort of walk you around and talk a little bit about the building. This will be a little bit explanatory. You can kind of see the red line that they put on here, which I think is the that corresponds to the property lines, current property lines. This building and complex is still owned by the county, but it's not utilized as a school anymore. It's used as a community center. So this is the original building right in the middle. You can see kind of where it has that blue tarp on it. Right immediately to the right is the gymnasium, and then the ball field to the back. This is a 1964 classroom, lower grade classroom edition. This would be the only non-contributing part of it, and this is a more modern, I believe, 1980s Head Start building. This kind of describes it a little bit better. So you can see the original building, and as it says, with subsequent remodels on it. This was provided to me. This isn't my map. 1964 gymnasium and a 1964 independent classroom for the lower grades. The ballpark's down here below us where they've kind of got it identified, and then the Head Start building over here. 8 paned metal casement windows ran down each side of the building. The middle 4 panes of each casement opened as one unit and tilted outwards and were screened. This sort of shows the corridor plan, and I'm going to just basically take you around the building this direction. So be going this direction. And this shows it with the gymnasium. This is kind of the original configuration, although I believe that probably the fitness center and what they're calling, I can't really read this, but the 2 larger rooms I think likely would have had been subdivided into smaller rooms like the rest of these. So you've got some of the panes on the sides have been covered with wood. Over the years, some of the glass panes have been removed. They've put in HVAC units, just basically window units, and I'll show you those in a second. Currently, some of the rooms have had window units. Those units have been removed, and the glass in them in the big areas have been replaced with plexi. In the 1960s, and we think this is around the 1964 period, the A-frame roof and A-frame roof with shingles was put over the entire top of the building, and it covered up all of the flat roof areas. So down here to the right, you can see what it looked like, and you can now see what it looks like today. So all of this roofing system was put over there. You can see where it had the original flat sort of parapet roof on it, and they just covered the whole thing in 1964. They did the exact same thing with the other building that's in Swan Quarter. That was the identical one that was built to this one, same time period. So what happened in the process of this is that the metal casement windows on the upper floor were covered by that A-frame roof, so it no longer has the clear story. Even though some of them are still up in the attic space, they're no longer visible. So this is going down the opposite side. So you can see the big smokestack gym, the little bit of the top of the roof of the gym. This is what they're talking about, where there was a big metal movable, almost like a hopper window in the middle, and they have since in times past come in and put in some window units there. This is going on around the back side of the gymnasium. This side's the one that faces the ball field, which is out behind us in this slide. And then coming on around, we see the original. Again, this is where you would have had the clear story, and they put the large roof over the top of it. In 1964, gymnasium was added in a freestanding new brick building, which is the one I showed you earlier, with 6 classrooms was added to accommodate the elementary school students. Again, part of the old ERS building that continued to be used, that was a frame building for special education classes, lunch, storage areas, was there, but none of those buildings remain today. I don't know when those buildings were torn down. I might possibly have been torn down in the mid-60s when they were doing all this construction phase on the site. I want to go ahead and just show you these so that you get a rest of this. So this is where the building, kind of jutted in a little bit. So right up in here is where you would have had clear story windows, which have now been covered. The interior, other than the possibility of those two, if in fact that was the case, walls being removed, it's pretty much intact, except they've lowered the ceiling in the hallway where the clear stories, where it went up. And this is the corridor here, looking both directions. The principal's office. One of the classrooms. The classrooms remain relatively intact, concrete floors, concrete block walls. Here's one, and this is referred to as the Golden Franks Cultural Center, and I'll come back and explain Golden Franks' involvement in this in a second. Just another rec room, which was originally a classroom. All right, now this is looking up into the clear story that goes all the way down the middle. You can see it had a wood, sort of that V groove, tongue and groove wood ceiling in it. You can see it better on the right. And so you can kind of see, I think, some of the clear story, just a little bit of it in here where they close those over. So all of this is up in the attic space now. You can see the original wall that came up in between where the windows were, the clear story windows. The gymnasium, which has stayed in 1964, is in pretty good shape. Following the Hyde County School boycott of 1968 to 69, which I'll talk about more in just a minute, to integrate the Hyde County schools, Davis High School became Davis School in 1970 when grades 7 through 12 transferred to Mattamuskeet School in the central portion of the mainland Hyde County. At that time, the school began serving both black and white students. An existing room in the school was converted into a new lunchroom in 1971. And 3 mobile classrooms were placed on the site, although again, none of those remain today. I think they moved them to use them elsewhere when they stopped using this as a public school. Davis School closed permanently in 1999 after new facilities were built on the Mattamuskeet School campus to accommodate the lower grades that were being serviced by this school. The building sat unused until 2001. More recent interior renovations were made in 2005 and 2007. All right, so the history of this site is far outweighs its significance in architecture, although I want you to know that everything that has been done to this building happened prior to integration in the boycott in the late 60s, which is the seminal aspect of the history of this building. So very quickly for the history, as one of 2 surviving black school buildings in Hyde County, Davis High School holds a significant place in the county's history. The Davis High School appears to be eligible for Black ethnic heritage and education and meets the National Risk Criteria A for evaluation. During the Hyde County school boycott of 1968 to 1969, which is well documented in, and you might be aware of this book that David Saselski did called Along Freedom Road, Hyde County, North Carolina, and the fate of black schools in the South. Davis High School played an integral part in one of America's most sustained and successful civil rights protests. It was known locally as the Movement. It was a year-long boycott aided by the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. It came about after Hyde County School Board decided to close the only 2 remaining historically black schools in the county, Davis High School, the one we're looking at, and the O.A. Pay School, which is over in Swan Quarter. Blacks from across the county who had been left completely out of the planning process were dismayed at the lack of respect for their educational heritage and the impending closure of their schools. The Committee of 14, which was 6 men and 8 women, 2 persons from each of the 7 black churches of each local denomination in the county, was formed. These were trusted leaders in their communities, and they set out to learn about the latest Hyde County plan. And when discussions with the local school board proved to be relatively fruitless, they developed their own counter strategies with the help of Golden Franks, who was the state field secretary for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And he was from Edenton, and we've talked a little bit about his home in the last year, which the state has now acquired and will become part of the state historic site in Edenton. Eventually, the situation was resolved with both of the schools remaining open as desegregated elementary schools. This momentous event has been recognized with a state historical marker there, and of course, again, with David Saselski's research and book. In 2001, following the Davis School closure in 1999, Davis High Ventures was formed. It was a 501c3 corporation. They were organized by, of course, alumni from the former Davis School. And they are now trying to preserve the building and the history associated with it. They want to do educational programming there, as they do. I mean, there's utilization of the building now. And they're trying to raise money for it, and they want to have recognition. In the introduction to his acclaimed book, Along Freedom Road, David Ciesielski seems to sort of sum this up best when he says, no commemorative markers reveal, other than the state historical marker talking about the event itself, what the Black schools used to be, who once studied and taught in them, or why so many closed their doors a generation ago. Behind their weathered facades and boarded up windows lies an important hidden chapter in American history. We certainly believe the same. The Davis High School is recommended for placement on the study list, and this will be a criterion A argument, not C. That's it.
Thank you, Scott. Comments or questions?
I'll make a motion, we accept it.
I second that motion.
Okay, great. So Barbara Snowden moved to accept, and David Denard seconded. Okay, so we'll move on to our vote then. I vote yes. Mary Lynn Bryan.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Kristen Baldwin Deathridge.
Yes.
I'm back to full names. Fred.
Yes.
Thank you. Matt Jorgensen.
Yes.
Tamara Holmes Brothers.
Yes.
Terry Russ.
Yes.
Valerie Ann Johnson.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's unanimous. And I think that's all of us. So now we will move to our study list proposals for the central and southeastern regions. A little bit of archaeology.
Yes. Yes, so I'm here and I'm going to be presenting the Shallow Ford. Give me a moment.
See it on our end.
You do see it?
Yes.
Okay, that's excellent. Okay, the Shallow Ford is a geologic feature in the Yadkin River, located approximately 15 miles west of Winston-Salem. The closest named settlement is the unincorporated village of Huntsville in Yadkin County, and which is approximately 1 mile to the west. The fort itself consists of an underwater stone shelf wide enough to permit wagon traffic, which is why this location became one of two major Yadkin River crossings that were used by travelers in the 18th and 19th centuries. The other major crossing of the Yadkin, the Trading Ford, was located 27 miles to the south and is now submerged under the High Rock Reservoir. Other places on the Yadkin could be forded on foot or horseback, but could not support wagon crossings, making them less significant in the history of settler colonial transportation and migration in the state. Both western and eastern approaches to the ford can be identified on the landscape. The eroded roadbed of the western approach bisects a ridge and is readily apparent as a transportation feature in current elevation maps. And you can see that over here on the left side of this LiDAR map. You can see this deeply incised linear feature on the top of the ridge. The eastern approach now has a creek running through it, and given the confluence of at least 3 routes in this location, superficially resembles a natural feature. And that's over in this area on the right. However, the depth and narrowness of the incision in this valley is comparable to the approach on the western side of the river, and is dissimilar to nearby creeks on the eastern side. In addition, this route is marked with a DAR commemorative plaque placed in the early 20th century that celebrates Daniel Boone's 1769 exit from North Carolina, presumably over the Shallow Ford. Other properties, of course, better convey Boone's significance, but the plaque itself is important as a datum of collective memory regarding the route of the eastern approach to Shallow Ford. While portions of the approaches in the Yadkin floodplain have been obscured by 20th century plowing, particularly on the eastern side of the river, The approaches on the upland slopes and the ford itself retain a high degree of integrity. The vicinity around the ford retains its rural character as well. The National Register boundaries of the Shallow Ford property should encompass, at a minimum, the stone shelf itself in the river, which should be mapped using GPS technology. The identifiable approaches with good integrity may also be included and can be mapped using existing LiDAR data. No American Indian archaeological sites have been systematically investigated in the immediate vicinity of the ford, but during a recent visit, OSA staff did observe pottery in the bottomlands adjacent to the eastern side of the crossing. The Shallow Ford was undoubtedly used by American Indians living nearby during the pre-colonial era, but its significance for settlement organization or early colonial trade has yet to be documented. A 17th century trading path did connect the Dan River to the bend of the Yadkin and trended southwest to the Swannanoa Gap at the head of the Catawba River. Recent archaeological research suggests that the upper Great Bend of the Yadkin, north and west of Shallow Ford, was the focus of American Indian Piedmont village life from AD 1200 to 1600. But this doesn't preclude the possibility of a southern branch of the trading path serving the Shallow Ford area. Beginning in the mid-18th century, Shallow Ford played an important role in the settler colonial history of North Carolina as a critical feature of the Great Wagon Road, the major transit route which ran from Philadelphia south and west through the southern colonies. The road entered North Carolina in what is now northeastern Stokes County, ran southwest through the Moravian-Wachovia Tract, crossed the Yadkin at the Shallow Ford, and then continued southwest to Statesville before turning south to Charlotte and going to South Carolina. The Great Wagon Road was significant in 18th and early 19th century history of Piedmont, North Carolina, and many other areas of the South. It was a major link between more established Eastern settlements and frontier areas. On the 1755 Fry and Jefferson map, this route is labeled the Great Road from the Yadkin River through Virginia to Philadelphia, distant 435 miles, and also the Great Wagon Road to Philadelphia. Interestingly, this map does not show the road beyond the Yadkin, suggesting the sparse nature of European settlement in the area at the time. According to Ramsey, the earliest references to European settlement at Shallow Ford came with the establishment of the Bryan settlement in 1747. In addition to its role in migration and commerce, the Great Wagon Road, and thus the Shallow Ford, played a role in the Revolutionary War action called the Race to the Dan. During the Civil War, Union General George H. Stoneman and his cavalry crossed the Yadkin at the Shallow Ford on April 11, 1865, during the campaign known as Stoneman's Raid, reflecting the ford's continued significance for movement in the region well into the 19th century. In 1917, Yadkin County asked the General Assembly for permission to create a highway commission and issue bonds to build a bridge. The Dixon Hill Bridge, about 2,500 feet north of Shallow Ford, opened to traffic in 1921, connecting Little Yadkin with downtown Huntsville. While the use of Shallow Ford was likely waning during the early 20th century with the rise of automobile use, completion of the bridge made the Ford crossing unnecessary. Without Shallow Ford's presence, transportation, trade, and settlers in the region would necessarily have followed other routes. Regional road systems and settlement patterns were thus intrinsically linked to this natural feature in the riverbed. We propose that the Shallow Ford be on the study list, that it's potentially eligible for the National Register at the state level under Criterion A for transportation. Its period of significance extends from 1747, when the ford was mentioned in early records, to 1921, when the Dixon Hill Bridge was completed. Thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mary Beth. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I guess I have a question. So you said it was Criterion A, but not Criterion D?
Yes, I'm not quite sure what the Criterion D argument would be. And this is partially.
That's what I was thinking. I was wondering why this was going to be an archaeological thing.
It's actually not. We're sort of presenting it as criterion A, which was also recommended through conversations with the Park Service as well.
Right on. Okay.
Similar features.
The other questions or comments?
If not, I'd like to move to accept this property to the study list.
Great, thank you, Terry. I'll second it. All right, so we will move into our roll call vote. Dr. Bryan?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Dr. Denard?
Yes.
Mr. Bergstone?
Yes.
Dr. Baldwin Dethridge?
Yes.
Mr. Belladin?
Yes.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Yes.
Ms. Snowden?
Yes.
Dr. Brothers?
Yes.
Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
All right, I think that's all of us, so that's unanimous. Thank you for the presentation. And we now have just one from Jen for a Mills plant, and then we'll have a couple from Beth and a couple from Sarah.
All right, thank you. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? All right, perfect. I have one study list property for you today. And this is the Aurora Cotton Mill Finishing and Baker Chemic Hosiery Mills plant in Burlington. Here is a location within the broader context, as indicated by the orange pen. The facility includes early 20th century pieces along Webb and Johnson here, which were first used by Aurora Cotton, later Baker Chemic. 40s to 50s growth occurred towards the back of the property. And then there was an early 60s office building near the corner of Webb and also tucked in to the V back here. The facility had its genesis with a company started by the Holt family in the early 1880s on the east side of Webb Street. Industrial construction began at the site we are considering when Aurora expanded west of Webb with the finishing plants on the west side in the early 20th century. When Aurora closed in the 1930s, Baker Chemic Hosiery operated here. In 1936, Baker Chemic leased facilities on the west side of Webb for offices, knitting, dyeing, and finishing. In the late 30s, the connecting walkway was dismantled, and Baker Chemic continued to expand with the 1946 two-story brick addition, like here, and in the 1960s, the aforementioned additions. In 1980, Pickett Hosiery moved in, and they're actually still operating there today. And this is a historic oblique taken from Webb, matching it up here to this rotated Sanborn map. These are the earlier portions of the mill. And then here we're showing that same view currently. The Aurora Cotton / Baker Chemic Hosiery facility is being proposed for the study list as potentially eligible under criterion A, locally significant in the area of industry. The textile industry was paramount to Burlington, the textile industry in general, that is. And this textile mill in Burlington is a significant part of a finite class of resources which had an outsized economic impact at the local level. Operating from the early 20th to mid 20th century, this mill is a survivor in terms of today's continued active use as a textile facility. It has good exterior and interior integrity, as I will show in the following photos, and reflects the textile mills industry's importance to Burlington. Just going to walk around the building. Continuing down Webb here, we get to the 20s portion. And swinging around down the other side street, here is the 60s office edition that I mentioned, of course, windowless. And as you come back into here, you get the dye house and 40s additions towards the rear into 50. There again is another view of the dye house. Looking at the 40s and 50s incinerator. And all the way back around to the earliest portion from the early 20th century. This is just a great shot of the window rhythm, the brackets, the arched windows. You can see that they do have a little bit of a later steel insert in there, but the glass is still in there, which is pretty unusual to see one like this. Some great star anchor bolts there. Just a little bit of a wider angle. And on the interior, again, this is a little unusual. This is still in use for textile manufacturing. A lot of times you see these and they're vacant. So here we have inside the 60s office edition. And they're still sorting socks and such, as you can see in the photo. Similarly, as you go through, a typical open interior mill, wood floors, combinations of steel and wood beams. But you can see it's still being actively used in various sections. A lot of natural light still coming in. Now we'll say of this one, staff did have a lot of questions and took the opportunity to consult with the Park Service in a place like Burlington, where really they had such a prolific amount of industrial stock and textile mills in particular. How would we want to assess an individual existing entity? So when we did consult with the Park Service, that's when they advised us that, interestingly, in Burlington, they felt like textile industry was so pivotal to the town that they were all probably significant, sort of like a class of resources such as Rosenwald schools. The significance is known. And so the question is integrity, and they preliminary gave some feedback that this would be a good candidate under A, and that it had pretty good integrity. So that's why we're presenting it under A today. And Burlington would be, they also thought, ripe for multiple property documentation at some point if the town wanted to take that on. We were pleased with the positive feedback we received for prospects in Burlington. The boundary, although this proposed map from the study list shows it coming out to the whole block, we would propose it ends closer to the building, as there doesn't appear to be anything still associated with the history of the mill on that west end. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Jen. Comments or questions or motions?
I move its approval.
All right, great. Thank you, Dr. Bryan. A second?
I'll second that. Kristen Baldwin Deathridge. Jen answered the one question I had, which was about, all of the other mills in Burlington and how that would fit in. I think that proves pretty strongly it bears further investigation, at least.
Cool, great. Thank you. Jen, could you stop the screen share, please?
Thank you for the reminder, Alicia. Sorry.
I mean, it's fine. I can still get everybody, but okay. I vote yes. Dr. Denard.
Yes.
Mr. Bergstone.
Yes.
Mr. Belladin.
Yes.
Mr. Jorgensen.
Yes.
Ms. Snowden,
Yes.
Dr. Brothers.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
All right, that's unanimous. It's all of us. And we will move.
Yes.
Oh, Terry, I'm sorry. Everybody moves around on my screen and I need to use both my list and my screen. Thank you, Terry. Okay, now that's everybody, right? Yes. And I see that Beth, we can see Beth here too. I know you've been with us, Beth. And you have 2 presentations for us for regarding study list properties.
Yes, I do. So I will start sharing my screen.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I always forget, is it easier to bring your PowerPoint up and then share your screen, or share your screen and then open the PowerPoint?
I don't know that I usually sort of open the PowerPoint first, but I don't think.
Let me stop sharing.
Share your window of the PowerPoint, not your whole desktop.
I'm sorry?
You can just share your PowerPoint, not your whole desktop, if you do the PowerPoint first.
Right. Let me stop sharing so I can get to the PowerPoint, because I think unfortunately it's right behind the ribbon of you all's screens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. Yes, there it is. Now I can get to it. It's thinking.
I'll let you know when it pops up on our end. So.
Well, I'll have to start sharing again too, but I wanted to make sure it loaded fully before I went into that mode. Here it comes. There we go. Unfortunately, my computer recently updated to Windows 10, and since we've been remote for so long, I haven't had a time to take it into IT to do everything they need to do for the update. So it's been a little temperamental. Okay. Okay. Great. All right, excellent. So let me pick you guys up and move you. And there we go. All right, so first we're going to look at the Wimple Shelton House, which is located just west of Yanceyville in Caswell County. And many of you know that Yanceyville is very central to Caswell County, so this is right there in the middle. Constructed circa 1843, the Wimple Shelton House is a single pile, 1.5 story hall parlor plan brick house executed in the Greek Revival style. The exterior and interior of the house display high-style finishes typical of elite housing in Caswell County during the antebellum era. However, the overall scale and footprint of this house is unusual, as many of its stylistic contemporaries in this region are a full 2 stories in height. Shortly after the construction of the main 2-room block, a 1-story brick wing was appended to the rear of the house. And we're thinking that that was probably no more than a year or 2 after the main block was constructed. In the 1930s, a light frame wing of roughly the same scale and dimensions to that early brick addition was constructed parallel to the brick wing. And you can see here that there's an external brick chimney associated with that early wing. So you can see how it is running right parallel to this frame addition. And after the second wing was constructed, a shed roof porch was added to the rear of the house. And as you can see now, that porch is enclosed, and it's been that way since about 1980. There's one historic outbuilding on the property, and it is most likely a kitchen. And based on construction evidence, it appears that this outbuilding predates the house by 20 or 30 years. So we believe this to be an early 19th century building. The interior of the house contains finishes that are consistent with the designs coming out of Thomas Day's workshop in nearby Milton, Milton being just to the north of Yanceyville. In the 1840s, Day and his atelier were highly influenced by the nationally popular pattern books that had been produced by the New England housewright Asher Benjamin a decade earlier. And there is at least one mantle in the house that is not a perfect replica of one of Asher Benjamin's designs, but it's very similar to patterns that are shown in The Practical Architect, which was published in 1833, so about 10 years before this house was constructed. The house, as I said, it's not a large house. The main block is 4 rooms. There's not a central hall in this house. It was built with this enclosed stair that you see in this front room. And you may have noticed from the original exterior photograph that I showed you that both of these front rooms have a door that opens from the outside. And so this is one of the front rooms, and, oh, excuse me, went backwards. And this is the other front room. And this perspective is from the top of that enclosed stair. It appears that the opening that's on our right as we look at this photograph is the original opening to the stair to the half story. And it appears that the opening that's there to our left at the bottom of the stairs is an early change, but originally the stair would not have been accessed from that other room. This is one of the rooms in the half story. The ceilings are about 6.5 feet in height there at the ridge. And then they slope very steeply down to a knee wall that's about 3 feet in height. This is the opposite room in the half story. And that's the space that comprises that earliest 1843 section of the house. As I said, we're looking at a brick addition, a rear L addition to this house that is not very much newer than that original block. You're looking at an interior hallway now. Before the frame wing was constructed in about circa 1930, this would have been, this space would have been on the exterior of the brick wing. And when that second wing was added parallel to it, what would have been an exterior porch was worked into a hallway, separating those two sets of 2 rooms. So as we're looking down what's now this interior hallway, you're looking into the largest room that was added when the brick L was added. And you can see, let me see. You can see that this room has a really lovely Greek key pattern in the mantelpiece there. You know, potentially this would have been a dining room added to the original house, but it is a little unclear what the use of this room was. And then these are the 2 rooms that were added to the house when the frame wing was put on in the 1930s. The finishes in these rooms are new as the current owner is preparing to rehabilitate the house. So HPO staff recommends the Wimple Shelton House be added to the study list because of its potential eligibility under criterion C. The house, which is largely intact to the mid 19th century, represents significant building trends in Caswell County from its era of construction. Okay, and then I'll move right into my next property, which is the Bunker Sink Farm in the vicinity of Mount Airy in Surrey County. And this first photograph is taken from, these are the descendants of the farm's founders gathering for a family reunion at the farmhouse. So the Bunker Sink Farm has its origins with the internationally famous conjoined twins Chang and Ing Bunker. In 1839, the brothers retired from a decade of touring the world, and they purchased originally a farm that was near Trap Hill in Wilkes County, where they built a single house to live in. Shortly thereafter, the brothers met and married sisters named Adelaide and Sarah Yates. And so you see both Chang and Ing and their wives and two of their many children here. And Adelaide and Sarah moved into their house in Trap Hill so that all four adults were living in a single house. And the two sisters began to give birth to the first 4 or 5 children, and eventually between them, the brothers and their wives would have 21 children. So in the mid 1840s, shortly after they were married, Chang and Ing began looking for farmland that they could clearly and legally divide between the two of them so that Chang and his heirs could own property independent of Ing and his heirs. So the brothers located land for sale near Mount Airy, which is, of course, in Surrey County on either side of Stewart's Creek. And so by 1847, Chang and Adelaide Bunker constructed a house and farm on the east side of the creek, and Ing and Sarah had a house and farm on the west side of the creek. So the property we're looking at today belonged first to Chang and Adelaide and then to their heirs, and it remains in the family today. It's still owned by their descendants. Chang and Adelaide's son Albert inherited the house and farm upon his mother's death in 1917. Chang and Ing, of course, died at the same time in 1874. And so both of the Yates sisters survived their husband for a number of decades. And Adelaide passed away in 1917. After their son Albert had passed, his daughter, who was also named Adelaide, and her husband Kester Sink inherited the property from her parents. So thus the Bunker-Sink farm. So today the Bunker Sink farm represents growth and change within a single family over more than 100 years of ownership. The house, numerous outbuildings, and agricultural land represent the evolution of a small family farm in Surrey County over 3 generations. HBO staff recommends that the Bunker Sink farm be added to the study list because of potential eligibility under criterion A in the area of agriculture. And in my next few slides, I'm going to show you more of that agricultural context. We, of course, are not required to identify a period of significance at this study listing stage, but we envision that a successful National Register nomination would choose a period of significance that includes the founding of the farm in the mid-1840s, all the way up through the important and significant changes that were made through the late 1960s. So let me talk you through a little bit more of this property. So the 3 photographs here that you're seeing as we're moving clockwise across the page, at the top we have the house in an undated photo, unfortunately, but we do believe that this is pretty close to the house that Chang and Adelaide Bunker built in the mid-1840s. This is the appearance that it would have had at that time. The next photo, as we move to the right, the date on this photo is from the 1940s. However, I do think that the full width porch and then the small sleeping porch that was added to the center of the second floor, those changes are probably 30 or even 40 years old by the time this photograph is taken. So probably turn of the 20th century changes to this house. And then lastly, at the bottom, we're looking at the appearance of the house today. Most notably, you can see that sleeping porch was enclosed, and that was done sometime in the 1960s. And it's now heated and cooled along with the rest of the house. It's more like a sun porch. The house does have vinyl siding now. All of the windows, however, are original. And I'm going to walk you around the house as it exists today. As I walk you around the different elevations, you'll see that the house has grown and changed over its 170-year existence. And you can see here, I realize this is a very fuzzy aerial, but you can see what I've outlined is the basic footprint of the house when it was constructed. So you can see how it has continued to grow and how additions have joined onto the house since that time. I wanted to show you this aerial because you can see here in the middle Stewart's Creek, and you'll remember that this was the dividing line, basically, the dividing line between Chang's property, which we're looking at here, Chang and Adelaide's, and then his brother Ing and his wife Sarah had property that was, all on this side of the creek, but the house and the domestic outbuildings would have been located somewhere in here. Unfortunately, that house burned in 1956, and there are no outbuildings that are, date all the way back to Ing and Sarah's ownership now. This site plan shows you the density of the resources at the Chang and Adelaide, at the Bunker Sink farm. This here is the farmhouse that I've already shown you, and I'm about to show you all of these outbuildings on the property. This is what's left of the oldest outbuilding on the property. This tallest portion is a smokehouse that would have been constructed circa 1850. This is the only outbuilding standing from Chang Bunker's lifetime. It was expanded in the 1930s with these wings to turn it into a garage, which is the function it still has today. We're looking at two sides of the same building here. This started as a well house in the 19-teens, and it became a Delco. It was built onto and had the additional function of being a Delco generator building, as well as workshop space in the 1930s. This is a playhouse that was constructed in the 1930s for Adelaide, the granddaughter, Bunker Sink. This is a corn crib from the 19-teens. This is a seed corn weighing shed from the 1960s. And there's also a seed corn processing building here, also dates to the 1960s. And what's really interesting here is that the equipment is still in place there inside of this building. This is a granary from the 19-teens. There's an equipment shed that was built in the 1950s. This livestock shed was started in the 19-teens and then expanded under these new wings in the 1930s. This is another really interesting piece. This is the farrowing house from the 1960s. And as we look inside, you can still very much see how that operation was accomplished. And then lastly, this is an equipment shed from the 1960s or later in the 20th century. There's also a lot of mature landscaping and mature landscape features on this property. So this curvilinear drive, for example, was completed in 1968. And you can also see how much active farmland still surrounds the house and outbuildings here. This is another couple of photographs that I hope demonstrates that. This stock pond was put in place in the 1950s, also a potentially contributing feature. And then this is yet another photograph of the farrowing house, but it was another good way to demonstrate that there's still active corn and soybeans and other crops being grown here on the property. And again, once more the aerial, so you can get a sense of these active farm fields that are, it's around 50 acres that are still part of this farming operation. And then lastly, for fun, this is the Ing and Chang Bunker historical marker, which is not at the farm, it's just a few miles away at the church, which has a graveyard where the brothers and their wives are buried. So as I said earlier, we believe that this is a good candidate for the study list under criterion A in the area of agriculture. And we do imagine that a period of significance would extend to cover all of the really significant buildings from the teens, the 30s, and the 1960s.
Thank you, Beth. Are there any questions or comments about any of the two properties that Beth has presented to us for study list consideration?
I guess I would question the Ang and Chang story. Sounds pretty historic and unique. Is there any like sort of tie-in to the people then in that sense?
Before I start answering Matt Jorgensen's question, should I stop sharing, or do you think we might need any of the visuals?
I usually, I mean, it's kind of up to you. It just is helpful once we start the vote.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, if we think, if anybody has any questions related to the visuals, maybe use the raise hand function now, or just leave it up, Beth, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. Sometimes I know it is distracting to not be able to see people's faces as we're having a discussion. So, okay. So if I understood your question, you're asking if there's a better tie-in to their very unique life story. Is that correct?
Or more as an additional criterion.
Yeah, maybe something in addition to architecture.
Well,
I mean, not architecture, agriculture. Sorry. Is that what you're getting at, Matt?
Or like B criteria.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we spent a long time as a staff talking about potential criterion B argument, but there are a number of issues that we ran into in our discussion. And one of them is when we do criterion B, of course, we have to identify an area of significance. And the area of significance would be entertainment, recreation, conceivably. But that's not what this property is. Another issue that we ran into is that when the two brothers first stopped touring and they settled originally, they built that house in Trap Hill, and that house is still standing. So if under criterion B, we need to identify the place that best represents them, that house belonged to both of them, whereas this house only belonged to Chang and his wife and family. And then there's the integrity issues with the way that the house has continued to evolve over time. It doesn't, Chang died in 1870, well, Chang Anning died in 1874, but the house is very different than it was. And all of those outbuildings, including the ones that are the most rare and intact, post-date their life as gentlemen farmers in Surry County. So there was a lot to mull over with this one.
Excellent answer. I'm glad you guys actually had discussed that in the past. That's perfect.
Yeah, interesting. Any other questions or comments? Dr. Johnson? I noticed you were muted. No? Okay. All right, Beth, if you want to stop sharing. And is there a motion to approve the two properties recommended in Beth's presentations for the study list?
I so move.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Burke. Oh, I think David Bergstone beat you to the punch. So, okay. So we will go through our roll call vote. I vote yes, Alicia McGill, and Dr. Bryan.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Denard.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Belladin.
Yes.
Thank you. Matt, were you one of our motions? I can't remember.
No, I wasn't, but I vote yes.
Thank you. Dr. Baldwin Deathridge.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Brothers.
Yes.
Ms. Russ.
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Snowden.
Yes.
Okay. I think I got everybody. All right. So that's unanimous for those two properties. And now we have two final presentations from Sarah for the Central and Southeastern region, a church and a women's club building.
All right, can you all see my screen or see my, does it have the little, can you see the Zoom bar there at the top?
Yeah, so we don't have the full screen, but.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Shoot, I keep moving my little screen that shows you all keeps getting in my way. I think Beth might have had that same problem. So this is the old Mount Carmel Baptist Church located in Charlotte. And of course, you know where Charlotte is. Charlotte would be very disappointed if you didn't know. The church is it's a prominent landmark in the Biddleville community, which grew up around Biddle Memorial Institute, which is today's Johnson C. Smith University. Presbyterians established the school in 1867 to educate Black freedmen as teachers and preachers. And the community of Biddleville was fostered by the school's president, who acquired land next to the school and subdivided it for sale to formerly enslaved people at affordable terms. Mount Carmel's roots are tightly entwined with the colleges. A group of Biddleville residents started meeting for prayer, gathering for prayer meetings at different members' homes. And in 1878, they decided to form a missionary Baptist church. They began meeting in a former commercial space on Beatty's Ford Road. And in 1883, they purchased this lot on Campus Street, which used to be called Church Street, where they constructed a frame building. Mount Carmel was one of 3 Biddleville churches by the late 1800s. The other 2 were Gethsemane AME Zion Church and Biddleville Presbyterian. As the community and university grew, so too did Mount Carmel, and by 1918, the congregation was ready to build a new sanctuary. They engaged Louis Asbury, a well-known and prolific Charlotte architect, and then university president Henry L. McCrory, music professor Dr. Thomas Long, and Biddleville University students raised money for construction. After a few challenges and fundraising hiccups, the church was dedicated in the spring of 1921. Here, the original sanctuary footprint is highlighted in blue. And just 4 years later, the congregation used surplus building materials from the original project to add a wing to the south side of the sanctuary, highlighted here in orange. This housed a choir loft. In 1935, they added a small pastor's study. And in 1947, they expanded for the final time with a 2-story classroom wing. The congregation worshiped here until 1978 when they completed a new sanctuary on Tuckasegee Road. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmark Commission recognized the property as a local landmark in 1983. And at the time, they were recognizing its place in the history of Biddleville. So now we're going to take a tour of the building. I've highlighted sort of what side of the building you're looking at, but we're just going to move around the exterior. This is the end of that early 1924 edition, the back of that first edition, the side of the 1947 classroom wing, the back of that wing, and then the north side of the building where you can see the 1947 edition, the 1935 pastor study, and the 1921 sanctuary. And another look at the side elevation. Inside, the church retains good integrity, although it has undergone or has suffered from some neglect. It does retain Asbury's design, featuring beaded ceilings and wainscoting, Gothic arch windows, and exposed beams with curved struts and slender tie beams. There's the roof damage you can see on the exterior. There are other Black churches in Charlotte, and some of these are very large and imposing. But Biddleville was outside of Charlotte at the time. And of the 3 churches in Biddleville historically, the Mount Carmel building is the oldest extant building. The Gethsemane congregation remains in the neighborhood, but in a mid-20th century building. And both Mount Carmel and Biddleville Presbyterian moved to new locations beyond the historic confines of Biddleville. Mount Carmel is recommended as a good candidate for the National Register under Criterion A for its association with the history of the Biddleville community and African American history in Charlotte, and under Criterion C for its Gothic design by Louis Asbury. It would meet criteria consideration A as a religious property because its significance is derived from its historic associations with Biddleville and its architecture. All right, we will move right on to the last resource of the day, the Goldsboro Women's Club. This is located at 116 North William Street in Goldsboro, which is to our southeast. And it is right downtown. Women's clubs had emerged in the 1860s after 2 female journalists were denied entry into an all-male journalist club in New York City. At the time, these women's clubs were seen as very radical. But they did grow in popularity, and by 1899 in North Carolina, Sally Southall Cotton proposed creating an umbrella organization of women's clubs. That idea did not gain traction, but I'm sure that Cotton would have known a woman named Mina Wheel in Goldsboro, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's the same year that Wheel spearheaded the founding of the Goldsboro Women's Club. From the beginning, the club hosted feminist speakers and created and supported programs to foster literacy, libraries, and social reform. Mina Wheel was married to one of 2 brothers who were very successful merchants in Goldsboro. Mina Wheel's daughter, Gertrude, was away at school at the time of the club's founding, but in 1901, when she graduated from Smith, her mother urged her to return to Goldsboro, where she could join her mother in working to improve the town's civic life. In 1902, Cotton's second try at forming a statewide club association was successful, and the North Carolina Federation of Women's Clubs was founded with Goldsboro at the vanguard. Gertrude quickly became a state, local, and national level women's club leader. By the 19-teens, the Goldsboro Women's Club wanted a building of its own, and after fundraising, they bought a lot. But instead of building a clubhouse, they decided to construct a gas station and use the proceeds to fund a larger club building. They also opened a cafeteria downtown, and they held a banquet to serve 1,500 Shriners as part of their fundraising efforts. As of 1924, over 150 women were in the club, and that same year, 1924, the group sold their gas station to Esso Company. With those proceeds, they bought this lot and commissioned a local architect named Thomas W. Jones to design a building. Ed Taylor served as the contractor. This building was completed in 1927. So we'll look at the side elevation and then this, I'm not sure of the date of this photograph. The club was a dynamic force in Goldsboro. The group founded a free kindergarten for the children of workers at a mill. They founded a public library, which became the county's public library. They held classes and operated charities for needy children. They established a full-time health and welfare department for the city, and they financed the first public health nurse, which was a service that evolved into the Wayne County Public Health Department. During World War II, the club sold bonds and supported the Red Cross, and they offered the building to the USA for round-the-clock use. For 4.5 years, the building was used by up to 12,000 individual soldiers per month. In 1947, the USA began leasing the first floor of the building, and the club started using only the upper floor. In 1986, the club donated the building to the Wayne County Historical Association. So let's finish our tour. This is the back. This is an addition to the building, but it doesn't really have an effect on the building. This is the opposite side. This is an elevator tower that was added. And then back to the front. When you come in through the front door, you enter a transverse hall space with staircases on either side. And then when you move deeper into the building, you come into a drawing room that's paneled with a coffered ceiling. And behind that is a larger room that's now used as an exhibit space. Upstairs is an auditorium. This is facing toward the front of the building, so the staircases would rise through here through these doors. And then this is facing back the other way toward the stage. Staff recommends that the Goldsboro Women's Club is eligible for the register for its association with social history in Goldsboro, and it is likely also eligible for its colonial revival design. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions or comments?
I have a comment. Thank you so much for the presentation and giving us another aspect of understanding Gertrude Weil. And I think that incorporated in the narrative too is it's a kind of a interestingly complex story of that social history. It interprets in part, I think, a class, the ability to raise above some of the prejudices because of your class, because it was a Jewish family. And Gertrude spent a considerable amount of her time, as I understand it, also promoting within the area Jewish causes. And so it's kind of an interesting discussion, and we don't often get a chance to talk about the complexities of being Jewish in the South and also being of means, and then having this social history that her family illustrates. So I think that is also a part of the story that I find really interesting and like highlighted a little more.
She's a fascinating person, and it was hard not to make this presentation just the Gertrude Weil show. Her childhood home where she lived her whole life, is already listed on the National Register, and one of its associations is with her. And she even has a highway marker. But yeah, she was quite the force and a fascinating person. And yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
But it also gets at her family too. So it doesn't have to be just about her, but her mother, has this interesting perspective as well. So I think that's kind of why I find it even more interesting that it's not just about Miss Gertrude.
Right.
Well, and I appreciated in the historic photo of all the individuals, there was the male sympathizer sitting in front of them. So it was, they had help.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments or motions?
I move approval.
All right, great.
I will second Matt Jorgensen.
Okay, thank you. We'll do our
final roll call vote of the meeting today. So this is voting to accept staff recommendations for the 2 properties presented by Sarah David here. Okay, Dr. Bryan.
Yes.
I vote yes also. Mr. Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Belladin.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Baldwin Dethridge, were you one of I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Yes. This is hard work. It's fine. You're doing great.
It really is. I can't believe where my brain is after these virtual meetings. Ms. Russ?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Brothers?
Yes, and thank you all for all the hard work that you're doing too. This is important work.
And Ms. Snowden?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's everybody. Yes. And those are our last presentations. Are there any final announcements or anything that?
Dr. McGill, this is Ramona. I just want to thank the committee members for your stamina and your continued strong engagement throughout a long, very fruitful, bulging agenda, and very much appreciate all of you joining us. We hope to see you all. We hope to see all of one another here as shortly as we can. But I also want to thank the staff with great gratitude, because you guys have continued to keep the wheels moving despite us not seeing one another. So thank you to everybody. We very much appreciate everybody's contributions.
Thank you so much.
Mark your calendars for June 10th, right? Okay.
All right.
We don't know if it's virtual or
probably
June
10th. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn our meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we need to vote on that?
Perhaps that one can be by acclamation.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Bye.
Great.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you again.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Take care. Be well.
Thanks, everybody. Nice to meet you all.